Call the meeting to order at 10:03. Agenda additions and approval. There is some additions on the,
Oh, there is one.
okay,
Solar panels. And I got a handout that I'll hand out to everyone. Where do you want to put it, Larry? 7.2 or 7.3?
like new bit, it's not, would it be new business or old business?
Well,
6.3, I think.
You should be paying attention.
Yeah, no, but it could be old business too.
6.3,
Yeah, for council's request for information, okay. 6.3 solar panels.
6.3.
Yeah. Any other just additions?
Mr. Chair, if I could, under the request for information, 6.4 dust control on 21-2, 38-4A, and 38-4. Just if we can get an update, if it doesn't happen today, just that we can get that from them. And also aprons, 6.4 or 6.5 aprons on off paved surfaces. I have two items in there that I'd like to talk about. And with that, if there is none other, I'll give you a motion to accept it as amended.
Is there any other additions or
Deletions?
deletions?
Not so much. Yeah.
All in favor? It's carried.
Never going down.
Minute approval, regular council meetings, May 14th and May 28th, page 5 and 10 of our package. And then special council meetings, page 12. Is there any additions or council agenda?
Pass those, please.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That'll be carried. We have a public hearing at 1 o'clock on amendment to land use bylaw, and MPC Chair Councilor Nyberg will take that. I have to be out for a few minutes, so he'll take over with that. We've got a 10:30 delegation coming in, and then also an 11 o'clock delegation. So we will move to item 6, which is council's request for information. Drought awareness, Councilor McKay.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring up, I don't know what the rest of the county's like, but I know up in my area, like last year, it's really dry. Hopefully, starting tonight, we'll get some rain and the situation gets turned around. But I just thought I better bring it so that we're aware that it is drying out really bad in a lot of areas. And there are worse areas than us outside of our county, but it's getting desperate up there. So I know that the canola crops are just not germinating. They're still black up in our area. So like I said, the moisture is needed really bad. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention and see what everybody else thought for their areas and going forward, just to keep it in mind.
I was doing auto wreckers just south of Tollfield a couple of days ago too, and it was pretty disturbing to see farmers still feeding cows because the pastures that you could see that they could turn them into were as brown could be. So they're tough up there too. That's great.
Yes, in the east side of our county and out of there, like Brownfield and that, they're feeding cows yet. So, not good. Very lucky to have what precipitation we've had.
Hey, I don't think we need to do an accept for information on that. So just for awareness.
Just
Okay.
remind me and awareness.
Hey, 6.2 Bymore Centennial, Councilor Stilberg.
Yes, Bymore celebrated their centennial on Saturday. And I just want to acknowledge the contributions that the county had made. It was, I think, by all accounts, tremendously successful. The parade was huge. There was 50 entries in the parade. It filled the streets of Bymore, and the front was before the back was through. The front was already had to wait for it. It was that long. And there was maybe everyone didn't register, but it's estimated there was close to 700 people there, and people really enjoyed themselves for sure, reminiscing and renewing their acquaintances. The only drawback was the wind. It was beautiful Friday, beautiful Sunday, and and Saturday was half a hurricane, but prairie folk are a hardy lot, and they just took it in stride. But I do want to acknowledge the contributions of the county of Stettler. Greg, Dan, and their staff for their work beforehand. They got the streets in shape. They removed broken sidewalks and dead trees and piles of dirt and debris that were in the hamlet. They cleaned up a county lot, which now is full of flower planters, and they placed gravel in front of the drop-in center, which had always had a pool when it rained right in front of the door. They brought their sweeper down, swept the sidewalks, and one of the staff members of the county had a broom, and he said, I don't mind running a broom, because he was quite gung-ho to help get this centennial ready. And they loaned barricades and signboards and stuff like that, and brought 3 dumpsters down. And I must admit, the county float was amazing. And I want to acknowledge the team that put that together with the anniversary cake on it and all the county equipment. Yeah. No, it was a great team effort by county staff, whoever put that together. Kurt, George, I forget the gal's name that was driving, came with. And it was great for the county to have that entry in the parade. There's also the bench that the county donated to commemorate Bymore's centennial. It was a popular hit. It was well used, and it's by the community center. So when people are going to get their car, the older folks can wait till they bring the car up to the door. It's a perfect location, and county staff mounted it there with a plaque. So it's a great addition to Bymore. In addition, I guess the council is fully aware that they approved the community investment grant of $3,000 for the Bymore Centennial, and that was very much appreciated. The Hartshorn sign, it arrived in time, and thanks to Lorraine for her hounding, or I should say persistent encouragement of the government, it did arrive in time. Although temporarily mounted, it was in place for the centennial. And the County of Stettler Agricultural Service Board had donated 100 spruce trees in recognition of Bymore's 100 years. And those were given to the school children. Each got 2, and 1 was planted at the school to commemorate the centennial. Reeve Clark was there on behalf of the county to deliver greetings at the opening ceremonies. So thanks, Larry, for that. Councillor Stevens assisted with parade marshalling, because in a small community, everybody that I had assisting with marshalling of the parade was also in the parade. So Justin took care of getting the parade moving once it started. So thanks, Justin, for that. And I want to say the county contributions did not go unnoticed. And I really want to sincerely thank Yvette and all her staff for the work they did here, and it was certainly appreciated by myself and the Bymore community. And I'd also like to hand out a couple more kudos to the Bymore Volunteer Fire Department for doing traffic control on 853, so our parade could safely pass from the school grounds into the hamlet. And also I'd like to acknowledge ATCO. They measured all the power lines on the parade route and raised one over Main Street so that the taller parade entries could come through. So all in all, it was a great day, and all the support was certainly appreciated. So thanks to the County of Stettler for their part.
It was very well ran, very well organized, and I had many thank yous also coming to the county from what was done prior to many people there. So it was very well appreciated what the county did done.
I'm going to get Justin and Tim.
And then one more thing, Andrew, if you would bring that picture up. This is a business in Bymore that has not operated for a number of years. It was Herb Sales and Service, and it got, kind of in bad shape, needing paint. It was just used for storage, and the family restored it. They found the signs in the attic, and they painted and restored it for the centennial in memory of Herb Schultz. So I thought that was pretty cool. I think it shows the community spirit in Bymore.
Are they using the building at all?
They use it for their own use, the storage, and if they have to work on something, but it's not a business.
Yeah, the community spirit was somewhat telling when you had probably more people participating in the parade than viewing it.
Awesome.
Because some of those floats had whole families on them, you know, because it's a generational thing. So it was pretty cool.
Good job.
Hey, 6,
Do you want to, I'll receive that for information. Mr. Chair.
call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Thank you, Les.
Yeah.
Lorraine, do you need to be moving? Should we move your community? Are you okay?
Whenever you put me in, I'm here.
Because we do have a delegation coming at 10:30, so.
I thought if I was lucky I'd get in, but
Okay.
if not, I'll just come back whenever.
If it's okay, we'll move to 7.1 now. Request for decision, community investment program intake, number 2.
Good morning. So we had 6 applications come in this round, ending May 31st, totaling $6,812.70 for the community investment program. So we had 3 applications for the new investment stream, Botha Senior Center, Foothills Model T Club, Red Willow Ag Society for our Father's Day Fair, and the annual support was Stettler Friends of the Library for Culture Days, which happens in September, Bust Out Rodeo for their event in July, and the Stettler Junior High School Rodeo sponsorship for their events. Since last intake, council has approved $1,500 of spending prior to the Stettler Music Festival and the U13 hockey tournament. The funds remaining in this account to be spent of the 2025 budget is $6,650. So the recommendations of the County Stettler Fund a total of $6,650 this round between the 2 streams.
The request total 60.
681270, $6,812.70. So a little over $200, I guess.
Councilor Gender?
I'm just kind of wondering, okay, like the foothills, some Model T, like what percentage of it is really, say, like around here compared to, say, like outside?
I don't know that answer. As far as I know, they're asking for this site for when they'll be here at the Stettler Museum.
I think they use this as their base for the weekend possibly too. The Stettler is the base.
Because they'll be here. Stettler, I think they're going to Drum.
Or the car show, or they go to Drum one day and up to Wetaskiwin another day.
Yeah. They're doing a tour through central Alberta, but they are in Stettler for July 13th to 18th. They are set up at the railway station there at P&H, I think, for a while, and then they moved to the museum for an event. So they're in this community for a while, and this is the funding is for while they're in Stettler. The museum is hosting, but the museum is also, charging admission while they're here. They want to encourage, people to come to the museum and make some money off of this event as well. So if we can host something like this in Stettler, I mean, the museum and other groups in town benefit from it.
Councilor Nyberg?
Sure. So we're over $200 and some dollars. So if we change the Foothills Model T Club to $1,500, that would put us under the amount. And I would make a motion that we go ahead with moving it forward with the minor change of $1,500 to the Foothills Model T Club.
Any questions, concerns? Councilor Stevens?
Well, I would prefer to deduct the amount, that $200 or whatever that we're over from the Botha Senior Center, because I'm not sure if that one fits this policy.
Okay, well,
It's a lighting upgrade, which probably a worthwhile project, but this is supposed to be for community events. I'm not sure upgrading lights is a community.
It holds many community events inside that building that they can see what they're doing and say, Councilor Stevens.
We created this stream events to get away from the upgrades that are eligible through the RSP app.
think they're going to also be coming at the RSPF for other projects this fall.
So I guess that kind of, if I can ask the question, what is our criteria here? You might be right. Maybe this Botha Senior Center lighting project doesn't fit the criteria. And now that you mentioned that, it very much seems to me that it's not fitting the bill.
I agree with Justin. He's somewhat right that this is more of an event thing. But if you took Botha out of there, there would be, the money wouldn't all be spent. And it's so competitive for special project funding. So I'm kind of willing, being they do so many events there, to accept it because of the money piece. And we're short approximately $200. So I got another twist. If it's good with council and administration, I would make a friendly amendment to Councillor Nyberg's motion to fund it as it is, and the shortage of the $200 or whatever it is, that I would personally throw in to the fund to cover them all. Is that allowed? Because I think they're all good projects.
Just clarification, Councilor Stuhlberg says that you're $300?
No.
No, that's
No,
different.
that's personal.
Oh, okay. We do have a recreation reserve.
Yeah.
Well, and here's my thought on this, gentlemen, is where I'm at on it, and I think Mr. Stevens is after making this, he's correct in the fact that if we have certain rules, and I've said it 1,000 times, good policy makes good governance, and if the policy is that it is for events, I am with Mr. Stevens, this doesn't fit that. I'm not saying that we don't fund it. The Botha Senior Center lighting project can come in a different stream, but it doesn't fit this criteria. So to administration, if this is what we're going to do and stated that we want it to fund events, it has to stay as an event. The Botha Senior Center lighting project is not an event. We have other funding streams for that, and that's where it should be. This is the case of it. If it walks like a duck, it's a duck. If it talks like a duck, it's a duck. But this one's sure walking like a chicken to me. So
But if they can't see what they're doing, Counselor.
they're still a chicken. They're still a chicken. Well, the chicken coop needs lights, I get it, but I might not. So I'm thinking the Botha Senior Center should come out of this and we approve it, and then we figure out how we're going to pay for the Botha lighting project after the fact. Because it is a project, not a event. And we can do that. I'm just trying to keep the policy firm.
Mr. Grover?
I'd be, well, I know it might not fit the criteria and all the rest of it, but if some elderly person at the senior center trips over something because we don't have lights, I think it's a bit more important than Foothills. Foothills is fun. Tea and party, Model T party, and they drag those cars around and stuff. They got a little bit extra cash. I think if you knocked them back, what we're short wouldn't hurt it at all. So thank you.
I guess back to administration though, if this doesn't meet the criteria. That's,
You could fund it out of the emergency. I know you just did a policy on that.
Yes.
But
Recreation reserve.
we just did it and we'll chuck it. But you could fund it out of there because it is a kind of an emergent type issue because we don't want any seniors tripping and falling. So, you could fund it out of that reserve and then leave that $612 in the bank for either next year, or if, maybe the ball tournaments do extremely well this year and somebody's hosting provincials, are we still doing, or soccer or hockey? We have a long ways to go. So,
That would be my preference too. So I will take back my motion off the table. And so there's no motion for you to make as a tabling or as a friendly amendment.
Right.
I will make another motion that we exclude the Botha Senior Center lighting project of 812, and then we'll push this forward with just the 5 other projects, and whatever, what is that total? 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, $5,000. Correct? Am I right on that?
It'll be 6,000.
6,000, yes. And then we can, after we're done this motion, we'll decide what we're doing with the Botha Senior Center.
Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we fund the Botha Senior Center lighting project for $812.70 out of the emergency rec funding account.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Policy is in shape.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lorraine.
Discretionary if you were disappointed.
Okay, back to 6.3 solar panels. Councilor Grover,
Yeah, I'd like my fellow councilors to have a look at this here.
just hand it out and then talking to your mic so that,
The damages from down to, in Nebraska to, with solar panels. How they're going to deal with the thing.
yeah, you have to talk into the mic,
I
Dave.
think repeat myself.
Yeah, just once you sit down.
I want to speak to two things. I went to the Estonian gathering at Linda Hall, and by the time we got done, it was too late to go to Weimar. But I got some phone calls from down there, so the Thursday night meeting, I'm invited to it. And now this one here is what happens, and that's what I've always asked. What do we do with these panels when a hailstorm comes through or a disaster comes through, smashes them, and then nobody will take them to dispose of them because they're hazardous waste? And they can't seep into the water table. They scare me a bit in my area because the water table's fairly high. And then we'll be all drinking out of the river, and then the river, like we don't know if it'll hold up or not. So I would like everyone to think about it. And we can talk about it later too amongst the council, but this actually happened. And it'll take 300 years before that land will be farmable again. I'm not going to be there. I might, but not probably. Okay, thank you.
CEO Cassidy?
So, Andrew, might you tell me a little bit with this, but Craig has been doing all of our work for the AUC meetings. I'm pretty sure that the window has closed now for us to submit any more information for it, especially the Stettler Solar one where it's coming up right away and Craig will be representing us. Maybe council should bring this to Craig's attention, and then if he can go from there, and if council is concerned, we can maybe try and get it submitted, but I think we're past where we can submit information for the hearing.
Yeah, I think that's actually that would be out of scope for what the AUC is allowing in the hearing. But the timing is actually quite good. The province did finally release a regulation just last week for the reclamation of solar and wind farm projects, including the reclamation security requirements, which is of course what we focused on because that's where it is. But these projects now, those that are approved after January 1st, 2025, so that includes all of the projects that are proposed in the county of Stettler, they are now required to also get a registration with Alberta Environment. And that registration will include the reclamation requirements. Those reclamation requirements can be filed with AEP, or the security can be filed with AEP, or it can still be done with the landowner, but AEP gets oversight now into the amounts and the calculation. So it's a little bit less of a closed black box than we were worried about originally in regard to there being sufficient funds to reclaim. And they are requiring 30% of the funds be available up front, right at the outset, with within a set number of years getting up to 65. And then none of the salvage value is attributable to the reclamation estimates anymore. Prior to this regulation being released, everybody was saying, oh yeah, we'll get like half the reclamation costs we'll get in scrap metal and scrap copper and stuff like that. We all thought it was a little on the aggressive side of the estimate. And so AEP's new regulations they're not perfect by any means. They're still, we could have gone further, but I guess from our side, industry is unhappy. So at least that shows the AEP did something. If everybody's unhappy, then maybe they're doing it somewhat right. I don't know.
Yeah, we can bring this forward to camera and discuss it later, but I know one of the issues that Craig discussed with me was where they make them cut it off. So they're talking like 2 to 4 feet. We're 4 feet, and if you're below 4 feet, they just cut it off and walk away. Well, we know what some of this equipment the farmers are running 4 feet's nothing. And eventually with erosion and wind and tilling the soil, farmers will hit that. So basically it could take that land out of agriculture production even after the solar panels are removed.
I think the biggest point of this too is not necessarily on the reclamation, but in the cleanup of if there was a damage, it would have to go to, is it a class 3 landfill site? What is waste management? They're a 2? No, Valley's a 2. Yeah, so a 2 or a 3, maybe even, depending on what the toxic substance is. So the cost of that is going to be considerably higher than just your commercial disposal at the waste for the county of Stettler. If you've taken a load down to Canada or Canadian Waste Management, I think it's better than for them anyways than taking in scrap steel, because they charge you more. So anyways, that's the point that I think we need to take home. Is the biggest one is this is going to cost them severely to dispose of any damages. It's not just taking it to your local dump.
Mr. Grover?
No disposal outfit will take that in Nebraska. So where are they gonna go? And that's what I said from the beginning. I don't care whether they put them up or not. That when they're done with them, that they can go back to being farmland or productive land and grow potatoes, whatever you want to do. And if they're going to wreck the soil for 300 years, I'm not in favor of that. I'm not going to be here, maybe. I don't know. But at the end of the day, we should get exactly what it's worth to get rid of them when they're on their expiry date. And it should be put in a fund and be put on the land, not to the farmer, not to the people that are putting the panels out there. It should be on the southeast, and it should have a 3% increase every year. That's cost of living. And then my grandkids and the rest of the people at the table here and watching this, they'll have something to clean it up with, because it's going to have an expiry date eventually. And if a hailstorm comes along, the expiry date is that day.
Well, and that's the thing. In Alberta, we do have the different classification.
Hailstorms here. If it'll go through a roof, in Castor there and stuff through that last one, the real bad one. And instead, if it goes through the roof and breaks 2 by 6s, I'm quite sure it's going to break those.
So what I was saying, Mr. Grover,
Yes.
is that in Alberta, different than Nebraska, we have different classifications of landfills where this would be able to be taken. We currently have the opportunity in a number of places in Alberta to take solar panels. What I was saying was that our local transfer sites and our local waste disposal is not one of those. You would have to up your game and go to a higher classification of landfill.
I don't know where they're taking, because Swan Hills won't take stuff anymore. So where are you gonna take them?
Big Valley will take these.
They're not gonna take them because the water table's high there. But carry on.
Counselor Stevens and Counselor Stolberg.
This is an important topic, and I wholeheartedly agree that reclamation is paramount when allowing these projects. But I just want to preface this, that we can't hold too much stake in claims that are made on Facebook.
No,
The land is contaminated for 300 years based off a Facebook post. I would like to see a little more evidence than that.
I will get you more evidence the next meeting.
Facebook is gospel.
Not a problem.
If this is the damage that was happened at Scottsbluff, then it's been back in operation for well over a year. So to say that it reached its expiry date isn't entirely accurate. I don't know if that's where these pictures are from, but I just want to say that there is more accurate sources than just Facebook posts.
This here come out of a local newspaper in Nebraska. Is where it come from. So it actually,
The screenshot is that of a Facebook.
I know that.
Okay. I was just going to move that this be received for information and we can instruct our administration, namely Craig Teal, to consider this in his presentations to AUC when the opportunity correct.
And I know with the Red Willow project, hail issue was brought up along with the waterways that were there in proximity to the waterways. So Craig maybe has looked into this partially already. So
We don't have a lot of jurisdiction over this, right? But the things that we do have jurisdiction over, which would be a storm pond that would collect all the runoff, because we are concerned if you crack one of those panels, what comes out of it. So I'm pretty sure Craig would be specking, and they're well aware of it in the meetings I've participated in, that they have to build a storm pond, probably line it, and then maybe, they have to hydrovac what's the effluent in it and dispose of it properly.
and
So that it doesn't meet, hit the wetlands or the water courses, right?
and the spacings that were shown with the creek running through it, everything has been moved away from it since that conversation. So I think it's been addressed, but we'll have to look into that. Okay. Okay, with a motion on the table, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we have our first delegation. I apologize, Larry, that went a little longer than what we were counting on for the talk on solar panels, but if you'd like to come up to the mic.
We're good over here?
Yeah, you betcha. Is the mic on, Andrew? Yeah.
Hello.
You've got.
Talk loud anyway, so it don't matter.
Al, it's so everybody else that's watching you on YouTube can hear you too, so. I guess we should do introductions. Sorry, Larry. We'll start at the table, we'll work, and then we'll come to you at the end, Larry.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Renee Jenner, good morning.
Paul McKay, good morning.
Steve Grover, Big Valley's counselor.
Larry Clark.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Larry, Les Stuhlberg, Weimar Indian Counselor.
James Steyerberg, Counselor for Erskine South Warden.
Perchik, Director of Municipal Services.
What about these cowboys over here?
Yeah, they need to talk to.
National Service Assistant Director. Just listening.
And Dale Simons, and our media,
Everybody knows Dale.
Landon, our media, one of our media people here. Okay, and then Larry.
Okay, good morning, folks. Just listening to you, I already feel for you. You got a lot of decisions to make and probably a short time to do it. So my name, I know it's soon to you, but my name is Larry Mulgrove. I'd like to take the council this morning for addressing my concerns regarding dust control. I live on an acreage 1 mile north on Highway 56, 1 mile east on 39-2 to the corner of 19-3 going south. It's a very busy rural road allowance, so lots of rural and commercial traffic. As far as I'm concerned, I think it would be probably in the top 5 of rural gravel roads in our county. Just to the east of me, I have 2 Hutterite colonies, White Sands and Lone Pine. Auction mart day, Monday, Tuesdays, busy. Fertilizer plant just a quarter mile to the west. Seeding, haying, and harvest equipment. Lots of farmers using that road. Grain trucks to the elevator to the south, high load corridor from Atco Electric, and 3 main businesses, Flair Tech, Nixon Projects, and TAC Oilfield. It is a busy road, so I'll start with my thing here. In the spring of 2024, I decided to do more for the control of my dust problem in my yard. So after many years of calcium application, starting with 1 application, going to 2 for the summer, dust remained a problem with its treatment. So I decided to upgrade to a more expensive solution, DL10, hoping for longer dust control than the calcium mixture. DL10 is reported to be asphalt emulsion with heavy application to harden the road surface and thus reduce the dust from traffic. My cost for DL10 was $3.07 a square meter for a total of $6,463 and was applied in the middle of June. At the time of the application, I feel it did not appear to have any oil and it only darkened the gravel. So a couple of weeks passed and the dirty blanket was back. I talked to Ernie, my counselor. He came and we saw, or I feel we saw, unveiled results of the dust application. We discussed my concerns regarding the DL10 as it was not providing what I thought it should have had. He kind of agreed to me at the time, but he said he would take my problem to the office and discuss it with other counselors or whoever. He advised me a few weeks later that there was nothing he'd do for me. Well, after another month, I decided to call the Reeve, Larry. He came and we discussed the same road conditions at that point. It was getting later in the year, and we kind of decided to approach the problem in the spring. Well, a couple of weeks ago, it was decided that this area is going to be designated as a haul road, as traffic warranted it. Now, I'm not sure what the haul road terminology is, but on June the 4th, that was last Wednesday, the section of road was treated with an application of calcium. And by the way, this morning when I left, it's a week later, the road is busy enough. If you come and look, the main driving portion has already turned a lighter gray, and we got a brown, ugly dust. So going back to my problem with the control, I was billed for a product that I never received. I believe this in my own heart. Approximately $6,500 for DL10, which barely turned the gravel to a lighter brown. I have pictures of that. Was it the application for an inferior product, which was ineffective in controlling the dust? Regardless, I did not receive a product that provides dust control beyond a couple of weeks of traffic on the road. Now, I'm going to go to a couple of meetings that I got. And I wish truly that I had looked at these earlier than last night. But anyway, I got into some things here from the November 26th county meeting. And I'll read a couple things first before I go to the main point. Dave Grover agreed during that meeting that intersections, which I'm at a main intersection, should be the county's problem. Ernie over here, he said, through the conversation, that Larry or me should have been reimbursed for his money. So I get looking a little more, and during the discussion, Director of Operations, Greg Jackson, confirmed the resident me in question paid for 200 meters of material called an MG30, which the county placed according to the agreement. Now think about that, MG30, we go back to the billing. Do you know where I'm going? Does anybody? So I paid for an asphalt emulsion DL10, I got the bill here to prove it, heavy application for $3.07.8, so it's $3.08. And hopefully Greg can find that bill again. I the contractor or from the county office, from the office staff to the county folks doing the work to the contractor, he says that I paid for a MG30, which is 69 cents a square meter, for $1,300 plus GST, where I paid for $3.07. Can we find that bill, Greg?
If I may, Mr. Reed, just speak to that. There are details to that, Larry, that we can discuss, absolutely, that you did receive an oil product. However, the county did apply a MG30 product at a later date, at the cost of the county. So we can discuss it further though, Larry. I'll let you proceed with your presentation. I don't want to take up time out of your presentation. Please proceed with your presentation. We can discuss that.
I think we're, no. Well, that is, so, well, why would the discussion say that the material residents in question paid for 200 meters of MG30, which I did not? I paid for the DL10 at many times the cost. When you guys,
Yes, Larry, this isn't for debate here. This is for you to present, then we'll discuss it through.
I got you.
Yeah, you betcha. Thank you.
My whole main point of concern is, why does not the county have a brochure that you would say to a guy like myself that wants oil? Why would you not have something that looked like oil on this brochure? This morning I drove in Dave Lovell's Road. I'm sure most of you have been on that road, just on the outskirts of town. There's an oil base there, not an asphalt. Is that something that I should have had? What does oil look like to most people? My pictures, I got brown gravel.
Larry, there is light oil and there's a heavier oil. There's a heavier oil product than the DL10 also, which would, from what I've understood, would become more the old style pavement or harder surface, to resemble pavement, but that would get potholes badly in it. But I was up at your place and I was just going to, Gregory did state that there'd been 2 applications up there. And when you look at what the road was like, even this spring, for residual, it didn't look very well, but it's still, there was the 2 applications. So the MG30 that's being discussed would have been what was put on there
Second.
and also this spring. Yeah, because that's the same treatment that we used past DNR and past Nixon, past Flaretech. So that was when we discussed it to try and fix the issue from last year. And we said that we would include this as part of the haul road and put this oil down, as I explained to you a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't done at that point, but I did drive by it the other day and it was done. And there was a trace of dust, but it is dust abatement, is why we call it that. But I don't know what it's like this morning. A couple of days ago I went by and it was certainly better than it was the last time, Larry, but that's what had happened at this point. And I know Councillor Gender was out there that day too, so.
It's a busy rural road. It doesn't hold up calcium.
The MG.
The half a mile to the west of me past Smith's and down to the Verhoeven Gate. It's all calcium. It's gone. It's going to be gone in a month.
Our haul roads that we have for gravel trucks.
Yep.
Have the same product on them and the
Terrible product, guys. It's
not straight calcium, Larry.
my main point is, when you pay that kind of money for an oil base, what should it look like? What should it look like? Does anybody in the county this year or last year buy the same product? Did anybody pay for it, and are they happy with it? Greg, do you know?
Are we speaking, Larry, of the DL10?
Yeah.
The DL10 application will be coming up this next week, weather permitting. But we will be applying DL10 to those locations coming up.
You got some clients that want it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I noticed you changed your billing this year. You went to per liter instead of square meter. Why would they do that? Is that the contractor coming to you with those prices?
Those prices are per liter, and it's so many liters then per square meter.
I don't understand on a 200 meter area, how many liters of calcium or whatever you eat.
That would totally depend on the width of the road also, because it would depend on the square meters of the road, Larry.
Well, from the frame of this meeting, I would like Gregory to show me where the county applied that. And I was really frustrated because I never got the oil product. And I feel that I'm being taken for a product that I paid for and you never supply it.
I think, Larry, coming out of the back of the truck, if what the delivery people brought us was that product, it was spread there.
Yep.
But I do know, talking to one of your neighbors that night we were there, which was interesting with extra people when you're coming out.
They came by on their own, scouts are.
To discuss, but on the same issue of it, is it, with the width of the road, it could have been a miscalculation in product application rates due to square meters and what the crown could have been. And with weather and everything else, it could have been there. But we did spread a gain on it, and you, not to your satisfaction. I sat in your yard after Thanksgiving weekend, and I did see what your concerns were on dust. We talked about it. That's when we carried it forward to spring. That's when I talked to you on that. And then that was decided that we would bring it to this MG30 product that we do on all the rest of our haul roads. And opinions on that product have been very well last year, you know, from where we put it. I don't know. I asked the question whether they blended DL10 and MG30, what the results were. I believe that question's been asked to the supplier, but it shouldn't make a difference, is what was put back to me. So that we're going to have to discuss this further and what our haul roads are, Larry. As I told you before, we go through this every year, what our haul roads are. Yeah, Councillor Stevens.
When was the last time that section of road received any additional gravel?
I think we actually did throw some gravel on 39, 4. I get confused between the two. Just before we did do the second application of dust control, because we didn't feel we had enough gravel for the product to, you know, properly absorb. You know, in honesty, we have every year, we seem to get a different product. We buy it. I don't know if they mix it a little bit different. They bring the oil from Saskatchewan. I don't know, but every year it seems to be a little bit different. But here is I just got Andrew to put this up. Dan put this together a couple of years ago. This gives you an idea of what it looks like when they lay it. So this is the DL10, and these are 22 prices that are on this. I actually think when Larry and I looked at this, they went down in 2025.
The DL10 though, Larry, that was per square meter, the price you were quoting though.
Yeah. If you go up a little bit, you've got there's just strictly the calcium. This is the Cadillac, I think. We do have this on the Warden Road. If you go down 835 and you go south, and right where the pavement turns on 38.4 to the east, if you continue to the west, we've laid that now for what? This is its third year, Dan? Yeah, and it's going on 5 years. Yeah, and it's holding. 38.2. It's holding. 32. Okay. Anyway, it's holding up really well. It's that kind of.
Well, that's what I was hoping on getting, something like that.
It's really expensive. You know, 250 meters is $15,000, but it does.
Well, I have an option of 12,000 for asphalt.
Yeah, that's what's scary. But yeah, it went down, and we've got a couple people who have done this, but this is like Cadillac of the dust control.
Well,
and then these two councilors over here live beside a road, so they know what dust is.
Yeah.
The rest, I'm not sure where you guys live.
I live on I have land on a secondary. I know.
No, I'm just concerned that in my own heart, I feel I got a product that I didn't receive. There's no sign of oil. I mean, but maybe you need to have a better understanding when a customer comes in and looks at those pictures, or where you can go and look at an area. I'd really like to know what Davy Lovell's area over here is, because I came in there this morning. There's not one whisker of dust, and it's an oil surface. It doesn't look like asphalt.
Is that down by the town?
I'm not sure.
Just west of the
No, it's in town boundaries, though, Larry, it's what the question.
Whatever, if that's an oil base or what do they call that?
May not have the same traffic, I think.
Counselor Silver?
I don't know what the issue was, but it's obviously in this instant with the DL10, it failed immediately and which is unusual. I know we can't guarantee how long it will last, but it should have been working at the start. And in this case, for whatever reason, it seemed like it failed from the get-go. So I really do think when council gets a chance to talk with Public Works and administration, I do agree that we need to do something because this is totally unusual that it wouldn't work from the start. You did pay good money. You weren't able to enjoy your yard last year or this spring to what you should have. So I think we need to look at it.
Counselor Nyberg?
And I would encourage Public Works to maybe keep a record of what we're doing as far as putting DL10 on top of calcium. I know that the manufacturers are telling us that maybe there isn't an issue, but I'm starting to feel that there might be something that we're missing. It seems to me that we're, those areas that we have the concerns, like Mr. Mulgrove's, had previously had an application of calcium, so maybe that's an issue. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's where it's at. And to Mr. Mulgrove, yes, I too went down the route of purchasing some DL10 a number of years ago. It did not meet up to my wife's standard, so I have been paying for a very long time. I have again pulled that out and tried again one more time, so we'll see if I am successful in satisfying that concern, but I'm not sure where we're going to be at. I will tell you in a year's time.
There you go. I've been there about 20 years now, living there.
I can just imagine.
And I've had the calcium, I think almost every year. I've got previous bills, but I didn't find them all, but I'm just not happy with the product. Is that all we need to talk?
And Greg?
If I may, Mr. Reeve and Larry, also if I can comment during your time. We did place traffic counters on that portion of the road this year. We did want to make sure that we had accurate traffic counts. And it is true. There is plenty of traffic that's utilizing that road, both east of the intersection and west. So that is the reasoning and the basis behind why we brought it forward to council to add the 200 meters of MG30 with our application this year, east of the intersection in front of your residence. In speaking to Councillor Nyberg's discussion around oil product and then using the MG30 as well, we have noticed in our locations that had previous oil product on it and then having it or oil or the milled up like wrap material or anything like that utilized in that road surface, we are seeing issues with adherence. That being said, there's the basis for why material was added at Mr. Mulgrove's location as well for that second application last year to allow for that MG30 to be able to adhere to that added material and give it better base and longer lasting for the investment. So just to add those two questions there. Thank you, Mr. Mulgrove.
And Councillor Stillberg, I believe, wants to bring a motion forward.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit here and say that we haven't did anything with this because we did put a second application on last year. And we also included it as part of that haul, the 200 meters as part of the haul road to make what I thought was making up for last year. So I just want to make that clear, is it wasn't that we weren't doing anything. It wasn't that we didn't say there was a dust problem or a product problem. So I understand where you're coming from, Larry. I've been in your yard. I've seen the dust, and we call it dust abatement, but it hasn't abated a lot of the dust.
Yeah. According to the April 4th meeting, Greg has a scenario here, 169 vehicles. Per day. Cars. So we know it's a busy road.
Yeah, but I have secondary gravel that runs past one of my places, and
I think it's in the top 5 of the county, but
our count would be high. I would think would be higher than that. You just have to calculate it out. So the Alberta Transportation does nothing in front of those places. So
And I know we can all say, I live close to the road, but so do some of the guys.
Councillor Stevens and then Councillor Stolberg.
Question through to admin. I just want to make sure that the area in front of Mr. Mulgrove's property is included in what we are providing dust control. We did that section that we refer to as the DNR road, and then that intersection heading west to the highway,
Yes.
correct?
And a little bit east, right?
And it has, we included it in the second application last year. And then we also now we've designated it as a haul road after we put the traffic counters up last fall or last spring.
So,
And so it's already received its first application this year.
so each year moving forward, we would be doing the MG30 product, which is twice a year application at no expense to the landowner, correct?
Correct.
And then you had asked some questions about where we use different products. I can show you this, but it's on our March 12th council package. It has a list of all of our dust control sites. So I can show you quick as soon as you finish up at the mic where the spots are for DL10 or MG30, but
I'd like to see that. You bet.
you bet. And I got some very positive feedback from the staff at those three large businesses along that road that they were quite impressed with the dust control in front of their businesses. So
That makes me wonder if there's a calcium issue before. There's something not right in this page.
I do, that makes some sense to me. Oil and water don't mix.
Is there not calcium
That's what
in
tells
the oil
us.
when we leave?
Salt control.
Oh,
If I may, Mr. Reeve, as well on that DNR road though, we have had previous oil products on that road as well. We are adding aggregate to it to ensure that we have a good mix to adhere to the MG30 product. But I mean, in the overall performance wise, we are adding material where required in order to make the MG30 last as long as the investment needs to. And just with that being said, when we work with ratepayers and they're looking at different products, if they are interested in the DL10 product, we do need to talk to them and we do make sure that they are aware that it is an investment that they need to make over a period of so many years before they feel as though that they can maybe skip a year. We don't advise that they skip a year. If they want that product and they want that performance level, they have to commit to it. It is an investment, but it's that same deal. If you want an oil product level of performance, you need to commit to it, because if you break a year and then you go back and you feel as though then maybe you go back to an oil product or you go back to an MG30, the performance is not there. You do see lack of performance in that investment that you made over the previous years. So it is a commitment that has to be made. And those are discussions that we have when we have those ratepayers.
also, we've increased the application rate for 2025 based on, basically the result of 2024. So we have increased the application rate. So that should help also. Yeah, I mean, stuff goes over this road quite a bit, and there is no residual, and then you can go drive another dust control, and there's tons of residual. So it's weird, and I think it has a lot to do with the type of soil. And so that's why we're adding aggregate, so that it absorbs right. And we are keeping an eye on it. Some of the first applications we did this year, which I think were the private, maybe ratepayer paid for, we weren't happy. We immediately notified the company, and they're coming back again to apply again free of charge. So we do try to monitor it.
Is this discussion over this particular piece being discussed? It's the same supplier this year, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, well, that should be a discussion also then too, based on last year's findings, because, we did give it 2 coats, and by Thanksgiving, it still was very, very, very dusty. Councilor Stolberg?
For some reason, this application failed immediately, so I'm going to make the motion that council meet with administration whenever it's convenient for them, and we discuss some sort of reimbursement on this.
Any other, Councilor Gender?
When this product was first announced to you, Larry, like you were searching for a product that would do some working for you. So like, I would have to say that, okay, you approached Public Works, you were taking their word for on it. We never had anything to do that was involved within council. After, like, when you had felt that this product had failed you, you then approached myself, which I brought it into council saying, okay, let's have a look at this. So that is when we discussed on the haul roads on there. Your portion in front of your place was not involved within that haul road. So it was one that, after our discussion, we had decided to include yours in on there. So I would have to look at, see, like, the price that you had paid may have been an exorbitant amount of money, but that was your choice in order to be able to say, okay, I'm paying for a product and hopefully it will work, or it should work with the instructions that you were given. But being that now that you have brought it into council and we have decided to include your portion of that road within, say, like, the Hull Road, that is going to come on for, I won't say in perpetuity in the future what it's going to be, because I'm not going to be here much longer. So that'll be for someone else to really decide on which haul roads are really going to be able to do it. But if this does come that you get this product every year at this MG30 at no cost to you, it's going to make your $6,600 or $6,400 look very minuscule compared to what you would be paying, say, like, in time over the many years. So I'll have to say that in all, yes, you had to pay quite a price in order to get this and to get our attention to really be able to say, okay, we have to change our policy. And thank you for bringing it to us. But I would have to say, in the long run, you will gain in your own personal thoughts and dollar wise that you will come out further ahead than if we had not discussed it as council as a whole.
Well, Ernie, I'm sorry, I disagree with you. I paid that kind of money for a product I never received. And now you're telling me you're going to make it a haul road, which is fine. I was already on the haul road, so to speak. It's a busy road, and whatever you determine as a haul road is fine. But my point is, I paid all that money that last year. I didn't get nothing for it. I mean, I got a bunch of brown gravel, and it was gone by springtime of this year. I mean, I can't say it enough. Where is the oil? You know, we can leave it.
That's been brought up. We have a motion on the table. We've definitely went over our 15 minutes.
All I can say.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in, but we'll call it a question.
I'd just like to say, Mr. Mulgrove, this isn't the end, just so the motion go forward. So please don't go away thinking that it's the end of it.
No,
It will be a sleeve rolled up conversation.
I'm going to stick around. I got Dale over here in the corner. I want to hear what he's got to say.
I don't know what he's got to say.
Thanks for your patience anyway.
Okay, well,
I know what you're doing. It's not an easy job.
Yeah, okay.
You're a taxpayer just like me, and I gotta say good job.
Thank you. We have a motion. Let's call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Just in note, I do know County of Camrose does not offer dust abatement at all anymore. It's up to residents to get it themselves. Even they water their haul roads is what they do now. So that, because my kids live in the County of Camrose, and that's your option, is you hire somebody to put the oil in front. Councilor Dorr?
I've got quite a few in my area that didn't take it because of the price.
Yep.
It went from $2,600 to $3,500, and they said, no, we'll have to live with the dust.
No, that's their choice. Huh?
Yeah.
That's a choice.
So, but I'm just bringing that up.
Okay, we're into our next delegation now, which is Don Rude, DK Blades Grader, from DK Blades Grader Training, and to give us road maintenance philosophy. Yeah. And Don?
Morning.
You get, just please go to.
Mr. Stevens, I have Mr. Mulgrove's email. Just come back.
Welcome and go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. As I said, my name is Don Rude. I own DK Blade Services, and I just wanted to come in and talk about what I'm trying to do and where I'm trying to go with grader training. I've been doing it for 7 years now. I've been building it for many years prior to that, but just a little history on me. I grew up in Cereal, and I worked with special areas. That's what you did back then. And I got on the dirt crew and I worked there. And even back then, I noticed there was no formal training for anybody on heavy equipment. You got thrown into it, and if you didn't get fired the next day, you came back, and 20 years later, you're doing the same thing. And I grew up, I got taught that way. And I call it the 1980 way of blading things, and it works. There's no doubt about it. But I often thought, well, maybe we could be tweaking what we're doing to get a better product from our roads. And I started the training in when I was contracted to Mountain View County, and the operations manager there. My goal was to have one county where every divisional grader was blading the same way, so we could go from east to west, north to south, and not see a change. And everybody told me I was crazy. There's no way you're going to get a system where everybody could blade the same. You got a 40-year grader veteran operator. There's no way you're going to train him. So I started trying to do that, and Starland County was the first county where I actually had everybody trained the same way. And it's not training, it's tweaking. What we're doing is just taking the experienced guys and tweaking to get hopefully a better product from the road, saving fuel, saving wear and tear on the graders, but having a system where everybody can follow. And that's never happened before. You go from the residents to council to administration. Everybody has their own ideas on how a road should be, what it should be, and bringing that together is what I've been doing. And unfortunately, in the heavy equipment industry, it's a pretty negative industry. If you've been running equipment more than 5 years, you're the best there is. And that's what I've been up against for the 7 years. And currently, I'm working with 30 municipalities all over Alberta. I'm working with the province, working with three of their 4 main contractors. And it's been pretty cool, the journey, but it's my goal now, I see, is educating more of the residents and more of council to understand what we're trying to do. And as we'll take Stettler, you've got dedicated people, but if there's no training for them, how do we get them better? How do we get on their side? And that's what I'm trying to do with this system, is bring everybody together by following a system so everybody's on the same page. Are we going to have every road that turned into pavement? No, it's not a magic wand. Some roads, as we know, most roads were built on black dirt back in the 50s and 60s, and now the way the traffic is going with every road is, how do we manage that? How do we keep up to it? How do we stay ahead of it? How do we keep peace with everybody when the roads are getting, used? When they were built in the 50s, there's no way that they would have thought of the traffic that's on them today. So the grader guys are left scrambling, trying to keep the washboard out, trying to keep the drainage, trying to keep the curbing. And what support do they have? What training do they have to do that? And that's why you get a lot of grumpy old grader guys and young grader guys, and we're not having enough people come into this industry because of that fact. They look and in my opinion, it's art what they're trying to do out there, but it's not treated like art. We're putting the grader at the bottom instead of the pinnacle, because everybody thinks they can get into a grader and go play a road. everybody can do that. Well, it's very hard. And giving them the support and the confidence to do that is what this system is trying to do. And we've had a lot of, in my opinion, a lot of good success in this county. I'm very proud of the people that are running the graders. If you think back before we showed up, every county is dealing with the same thing. Their roads are flat, they're inverted, they're soft, and why? And you ask that question, and everybody's got an answer, but why isn't it then from 20 years of blading roads? How come them roads aren't hard? It's the 1980 way of blading. We roll them over the head, we do different things and that's all I'm doing is just tweaking the graders and showing them a system, and then it's easier to manage that system. And I think with a lot of the counties now that I've been working with for 4 years, 5 years, it's now we have to start looking at educating the residents and even maybe council with, okay, how are we doing it? What are we doing so we can bring everybody together? And it goes back to the calcium, like back in the day when we were just laying it out, how come it didn't last? Well, we blame the calcium. Oh, maybe it was the base of the road. Like we didn't know, we didn't have a system to follow to eliminate why this was happening. And it's not 100% guaranteed, this system, but it's a benchmark to achieve, so we're all on the same page. And that's why I just kind of wanted to come and tell you it's a simple, it's not simple, but it's a system that everybody can follow. I know I forgot a bunch of things, but I'm a little nervous, so I apologize. I'm not a public speaker. But I was hoping there was some questions we could.
I got a question, Mr.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Nyberg.
So one of the biggest ones that we have, and we've discussed it with our public works and multiple times with our residents, multiple times with our councilors about the lips on the road and then pulling grass on the road. I'd like to hear your thought, what your experience is, because we constantly on a regular basis, you see where the lips on the road and then they hold water and then they get soft and then just what you mentioned, soft roads, and then it gets worse and it causes problems. So give us your thoughts, your aspirations, and how maybe it could be fixed.
Okay, so thank you. That was a good one. Where it goes back from is if we've got a rough road or washboard, we cut. And everybody thinks we have to cut from the right shoulder to get the material. So that's why the roads go wider. And number one, when they're soft, the heavy traffic pushes that road down because the base is soft. Then it goes out into the shoulder. Now we come along and we cut that, we leave that lip. Well, then we go wider to try and hide that lip, or we push the gravel back to hide that lip to try and get drainage. And then the next time we blade it, we have to go wider. And that's why a 7-meter wide road is now 9, which costs us more money for gravel, for time, for service level. Everything is involved in that. So to stop that, that's part of the system, is we rub the shoulder and we cut a crown in. And that's, until you see it, you don't understand what that means, because everybody says, well, there's a crown on the road. But it's a fake crown because we've just dumped the gravel back into the middle. And that's what ridges up, holds the water. And then we have a lip there. By building our shoulder of the road up, not the grass, but the shoulder of the road, we hope to get it higher than that lip. But then that's where every road is different, depending on if it was soft and we've cut harder, maybe the lip's deeper. Well, now we have to address that lip, but we have to separate the road from the shoulder. And we're trying to do two things at once. We go out and we go get rid of that shoulder, get rid of that lip. Okay, well, now we bring that onto the road. Well, that's all organics. And all of a sudden, maybe that road next time it rains is greasy. Well, why is it greasy? Is it because of the gravel? No, it's because we're bringing organics back onto the road and it gets greasy in certain spots. Or maybe it doesn't, but we don't know. In the road first, then get rid of our shoulders. And then we can look at our drainage too.
So you don't think it's a problem bringing some of that organics onto the road?
It's,
Situation.
yeah, you can, that's the thing, that you can, but not too much. And that's the problem, is when we go out and say, get rid of them shoulders, okay, the guy's cut. And then we're bringing in the sod lumps too. If you shave it first, then you have just the green grass, which blows away, then the root blows away, or it doesn't cause the big lumps and stuff. But if you go in and just take it all in one big swoop, then you've got sod lumps and everything on the road. And then you got a windrow sod or whatever, and it takes all summer to get rid of it. Everybody drives on it. So there's 3 levels of this training. Level 1 is getting the roads in shape. Level 2 is actually disking them shoulders, and then level 3 is actually going into, if we've been blading the road and it's still washboardy, we can't get ahead of it, then we go in and we do a light little rip. But it's training our guys. It's giving them the confidence, giving us the confidence that our guys can do that. And the more we do in-house, the cheaper it is. And I may be wrong on this, but the way I look at it is that grader and that operator has been budgeted, but we've been so busy browbeating them to blade the roads, go, we could never utilize them for anywhere else. So now we have to bring in somebody else at an added cost, or so that the price just keeps going up. But if we could do more in-house, given the confidence in this room, and then to our operators, hey, you can do that.
So the word that I should be using is, I want my lips shaved. I think we want to put that on Facebook.
I didn't say that.
That's what I heard.
Curbing. And it's hard. It's very hard. It's so easy to put the curbing in, but it's a lot harder to fix it, because you can take away 3 inches, but it's a lot harder to do it safely and effectively building it back up, especially with the traffic on our roads now. It's not a magic wand. It takes time to get some of these old roads. And yeah, if you think about it, we've been abusing our roads for 80 years. And it's on one thing, just how the moldboard is. The misconceptions out there is you roll the moldboard ahead to cut, and that's not true. But that's the 1980 way of doing it. That's how I got taught. I would have got fired if the finishing operator or the finishing grader guy told me or seen my blade back. He would have fired me. And that's what I'm trying to change, is that misconception out there. And it stems from here down. And I would encourage you guys coming out on the road, and I would love to show you what's going on. I think it's pretty cool. The transformation we can make in-house is good when we have dedicated, good people running the equipment, but everything runs downhill, and they're standing there catching it every day. And they hit the wall, they go numb, a lot of them leave, and that's where we're at with. And then it comes back to all these other issues stemming from that road. Is it the gravel? Is it the calcium? Is it what is wrong? Well, we don't know. How do we how do we have a system, right? We don't. And that's what I think we've come a long ways in here. And my father-in-law lives here, and I used to live in Key Farms, northeast of town. I've been on these roads for a long time, and the difference we're making is, I think, very, very good. So my hat's off to all the operators, and yeah.
Yeah, good morning, Don. I think, in my opinion, having a good amount of crown on a road is crucial for drainage, because water is a road's worst enemy. So I was, from my knowledge, in your opinion, what is the ideal amount in percent to have crown on a roads?
And it goes back to the width of the road. On a wider road, 5%. On a narrower road, it's 3%. But that's a very good question. What we're not separating is the base and the gravel. So we just go out and look at a road, and we're looking at the crown, but it's the gravel, not the base. What we're doing is cutting the crown in. It's like a cake. The base of the cake has to be hard before it supports the icing. We can put the icing wherever we want. That's the base of the road. We're cutting that in. Then we can put our gravel where we want it. So your base should be at 4%, on a wider road, 5%, and then we build our shoulders up to get rid of our curbing with the gravel. And then that gives us something to rub the next time to get our shoulders hard. Because here we're just on the verge of having good clay. We've got a mixture of sand, silt, everything in our roads. Well, some roads take longer, and not longer, I mean, like 2-3 years to get them harder than a good clay road. But the clay, if it's soft, the water goes in, turns to gumbo. Our shoulders are soft. One tractor goes down, has a rut. Well, we go out there to get some material to fill that rut in. Now we're bringing more stuff in, makes our roads wider.
Don, you keep talking about width of roads, and it used to be, like I did run a grader right at 1980. Every spring you cut, I wasn't in special areas, I was in the county to the east here. You cut your roads to keep your width and to keep your crown. And those roads are still hard today. We're going through our road use. I'm wondering here if part of what we need to do is, like we have in certain areas over the last several years, narrowed roads up. We've taken a lot of flack from residents when we've narrowed them up. But those roads, we haven't been getting the complaints on this year in particular that we are on other roads. And when you're trying to build up with gravel, they place that gravel back again. And after our last rain, we're not complaining about rain. We hope we get a whole bunch again this weekend.
Yes.
But after that last rain a couple of weeks ago, the sides of those roads, because of the lip, so whatever we're doing, we're not getting ahead of it. And it's with operators that you've trained.
Mm-hmm.
So do we need to, as counselors, need to sit here and say that we got to put more budget into reshaping roads and so many miles of road in a year that they're keeping it to a standard? I know our equipment's getting wider, I know our equipment's getting heavier, but in the same sense, right now, what we're doing is it just every storm event that we have more and more problems. And when I read through
road,
it's not every road. It's the ones we've worked on. We haven't, but there was enough roads in my piece that went into other counselors' areas that the roads were in the shoulders, especially, were in really bad shape after this moisture.
So what are you, I don't understand what you're asking.
I'm asking if we should be putting more effort into getting roads reshaped, narrowed up, so that somebody's got something to maintain, instead of putting more gravel on, building more, thinking we're building the shoulders up, but we're still got that lip where we're catching water.
Right. So it's not the road's fault, it's the lip's fault.
In a lot of cases, it can be the traffic and the lip's fault, and we're finding automatics with the washboard, et cetera. The school buses, you just go on a school bus route and you can see where your washboard is. You see where the guys are hauling grain with their Super Bs and their automatics, and it does help very much create washboard.
So how do you fix washboard?
Well, I'm listening to what you're telling me right now. I know how I used to fix it. I used to put my shape back in my road, cut the washboard out.
Were you using soft steel blades?
No.
You were using carbides back then?
No, we had hardened centers on our blades, yes.
But they were the soft steel. So you would have had a crown in your blade.
At points.
Guaranteed. So then you guaranteed cut the crown off your road.
You also changed your blades. You changed your blades.
This is where I'd love for you to come out, and I would love to go show you on the road.
I've watched.
The misconceptions are out there. We can stand and argue all day. We're not getting anywhere.
Don, I am not arguing with you.
No.
But I'm not arguing with you. But what I'm saying is, come out and I'll show you.
And when you're there, things look a lot better. But when we're putting in a policy where we're going to do 4-cut roads because of width, I don't know if that's a solution.
So a 4-cut, we're not doing 4 cuts. We're doing it's a 4-pass system. So there's 2 cuts, and it goes back to the width of the road. So from a 5 to a 6 meter wide road, just on a normal laneway on a road allowance, we can keep them roads skinny because it's just the farmer driving. But on a normal wide road should be 7.5 to 8. 7.5 meter wide road, which I'm in agreement with you on narrowing roads up for sure. 7.5 meter wide road will, a 16-foot moldboard, which we're running, fits perfectly. You can do 2 cuts, maintain your width, control your grass, cut a crown into the road, and then build your shoulders up so you don't cut that lip in the road. On anything wider, we have to make one more cut because you're cutting a crown into the road by your 3rd cut. So that's the 3 different widths of roads. And that's where it's cool to see when we're out on the road. We can manage our roads now by putting our grader first on the road, and then you know the width of the road. And yes, if you want to narrow them up, for sure. And I agree with you, we do get a lot of slack narrowing them up. But I think it's a give and take. Our service level is number 1. Our safety is number 1. So now we can manage that, okay. Do we want an 8-meter wide road? And if that road is 9, 10 because we've cut. And just like you said, you've cut it. Well, if you're cutting, you're going wider. You have to. So that's why back in the day, the roads do get wider too. And especially if you have a crown in your blade, you've cut the crown off the road. I'll guarantee that 100%. Not even knowing though, because of our muscle memory.
But you also change your blades. You
Sure.
you keep that crown out of your blades by changing your blade.
You can cut for 20 feet and there's a crown in it on a harder road.
Slight.
So there you go. Yeah, but that's why the beauty of running these carbide blades are so good. It's given our operators the tools they need to succeed. We're putting so much pressure on them every day. And we can go around and around and around and around. But why? And what support do they have? Because to me, it's one of the most important jobs that any county has is the graders. It's the most money other than capital projects. We got a $800,000 grader. We got $700,000 in fuel, yada, yada, yada. It's the number 1 most important thing. And it's understanding what they're up against every day and giving them the support to help them instead of, well, why'd you do that? How come you're doing this? Well, I want you to do this. And it's all over, like it's everywhere. And that's all I'm trying to do is bring a system, and it's getting understanding. And that's where I say, come out on the road, and I'd love to show you. And that's where I'm at now. I've grown, this has just been built on trust. Nobody knows everything. And that's the thing. When you think you know enough, then you probably have. And that's where I'm always learning. I'm always taking everything I can in to show the operators. And with the 30 counties, it's the same thing now. I've grown enough and that I need to start addressing the higher ups, and that's RMA, because that's where it is. Once we get them on board, the sky's the limit. We can do so much.
Don, we asked you to come in though, so that's saying that we want to talk to you too. So
I thank you for that. That's
Public Works offered that. Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I'm going to go over. Yeah, we did one project on Brett Hill Road. There's what, I can't remember, I think there's 7 different, feedlots all out of there. One of the biggest grain growing guys has a big facility there. It's lots of traffic. It's a wide road. Yeah, it is. But we tore it apart with the one, Public Works guy, he was in favor, and we tore it apart, left the shoulders alone, put about 2.5 feet, 3-inch crushed rock in it, and then we got lucky. It rained. And that water went in that trench. And then we put it back in, put it back together. The first year was, it's just like a new road, it's a little soft. But then after that, don't have no problem. We have a little bit because some of them don't know how to drive when they leave the corner, they just power into it, and that's where you get like a washboard. But now we're putting calcium and their oil on when they go away,
right.
And that helps a bit.
Yeah.
The road itself stays pretty good. That road, that 6 miles now is good. I've been on an elevated grader road, so they're pretty easy to do because they're narrow. But and the worst problem we had was that we went to 7 beats, now we're CO and back to 9. so that the guys have chance to take a little time and do it properly.
Thank you for saying that.
Rush.
Yep.
And what is the worst thing you can do with a grader? Go too fast,
That's right.
right?
Yep. And that comes from,
I've been around for, I think, 21 years, yeah, in this thing. And that's the problem is speed. And yeah, you can teach them, but then not this of the first guy, but one of the ones before. If we got behind, well, then he put a grader guy for a day in there. Well, he did more damage on the road than it took the guy that actually grades the road about 5-6 days to clean up what he did in a day.
Yep.
So that doesn't work. The training them and stuff is very good, and most of them will listen. Some of the old guys will go right back to what they're doing before.
Yep.
But the training is a big thing, and keeping enough gravel on them. It looks like, oh gosh, we got too much gravel on this road. And then when we got the rain, where we didn't have enough gravel, filled up like crazy.
and that's where we got to know, okay, so you go back, so just take your road without touching it. How many years has it been gravelled? It's every 3 years or whatever that number is. And so there's a pile of gravel on there. Where did it go? That's the thing. We kick off in the ditch because of the same thing. The winter training, we do the winter training and it's the same thing. Well, everybody can plow snow. That's no big deal. But then we browbeat them in the spring when there's a windrow of gravel in the ditch. Why? But that's what every 3 years we've gravelled a road. Where does that gravel go? Right? It has to go one of two places. It goes in the ditch or it goes down. And why does it go down? Because our base is soft. So now we're re-graveling and we're scrambling, and gravel is a non-renewable resource. A lot of counties don't have any, so they're scrambling. How do we control our gravel? And then that's where even in policy, it goes as simple as every 3 to 5 years or as needed. And then leave it up to the ops, especially the grader guys. Most grader guys will tell you right now where they need gravel, where they don't. But instead of just blanketing that road and then at a cost of X amount of dollars, why? Why can't we just take this training? And this is where the training, in my opinion, is so important. It's given the guys confidence. I've never met a grader operator yet, you included, where I need more gravel. Like, I need gravel because I'm going to bounce. Now it's teaching them, hey, we don't need that copious amount of gravel. If I got a little windrow, that's a good thing, because where did that gravel go? Now it's turning into our base. And that's where I see on these roads, because I drive these roads lots, our base is getting way harder now. So that gravel is going into our base. Underneath it is still black dirt and whatever it was built with. Unless we rebuild it, we can't get that. So you leave it, you start building that up now with our gravel. That's the key to this training, and the key to the carbide blades is that hopefully stopping that curbing, eliminating it, building their shoulders up so the traffic can drive instead of down the middle. They drive on the shoulders too. Now they've got an 8-meter wide road instead of 4 meters that everybody drives on. And that's the difference. But it's our base is the key. Then we can maybe slow our gravel consumption, not slow it. We can manage our gravel a little better instead of this road's getting it every 3 years regardless. But then we look at why is that road greasy? Maybe there's a bunch of clay come up. Maybe we pulled in the shoulders. There's variables now.
Councilor Stolberg?
Yes, I certainly enjoyed your presentation. Lots of good information, and thank you for coming into council today. And I would like to make a motion that we receive this presentation for information, and also instruct administration to set up a date where council can join Mr. Root in his grading training. I think we all need that information. So that is my motion.
Councilor Jenner did have a question too, I think.
I guess it would be back in the day, it'd be 60 years ago, I'd watch our blade operator over in the Erskine area when he would come out first thing in the springtime. He would build up a windrow, or he would cut the shoulders that you you could hardly drive over, say like with a vehicle, with a car, you could hardly drive over it. That art has been lost. It was by that he was able to keep a crown on his road. Over the last, say, I'll say 40 years, whatever time you want to put into it, I have watched how the roads are being maintained. Grader operators are not, a good portion of them, if you want to have a grader operator to maintain a road, you need someone to know how to build a road. So like myself, okay, I had a few years experience back in the county with some very good, excellent teachers. But what I've seen is happening, let's say like some of these operators, they don't want to touch the grass. Before long, it comes in a little closer. Before long, it's a little bit more. Every time you have a windstorm blowing, it'll blow the fines out of that gravel into the grass. So there'll come a time where you will have such a buildup of fines in there. No, you don't want to bring it back into the road because it's going to turn your road into for shit. So like, and as I watch these roads being done, or lack of maintenance done on them for the crowning part of it, so the outsides, the shoulders become higher. I took some specs on one road here. On one that it's supposed to be have a 15-cent crown on it. I'll purposely look for the low spots. There were spots that were flat. Some of them had 2 cents. So what'll happen, the roads will then turn into, into muddy mess. So then they'll call for gravel. Within this gravel, and we are trying to screen out a lot of the fines. So it leaves us with more of the rock that is going to be in there. And around the rock, there's going to be a lot of void so that the water sits in the center of the road. So we have not accomplished anything by adding gravel to it. We have lost the art of maintaining a road.
Thank you. Yeah,
So
we
that's
have.
the part, John, I would love to be able to see you come out here. And every road, you can have a mile of road, you can have 100 different scenarios within there. So those are the ones that, yes, I'd like to be able to see you pinpoint what we can do, how we can maintain this, because we are 40 years behind on maintaining these roads in the county. They are gone for shit.
Yeah, and I'll just say to defend you guys have some pretty good roads compared to a lot of other counties. Yes, and not too far away from here. They're way worse. But we're all in the same boat. We're all doing it. But what you said a couple of, do I have a few more seconds?
You keep talking, Doug.
You can tell me to go anytime, so.
Keep talking. You're not sure now. Keep going.
You said a couple things. So the fines. So 2 rocks can't pack. You need the fines to pack. So there's a provincial spec that when we're crushing rock, we have to follow a provincial spec. So forgive me, but I call it the 1980 way. But the old way, when we roll our moldboard ahead, we're segregating. When we put Sandvik blades on, when we put the ice blades on, we're segregating our rock from our fines. Our fines are sitting in the road, but it's the rock that's on top. And we've conditioned the residents to drive on marbles over the last X amount of years. It doesn't meet spec. Yeah. And our fines are still sitting there, but we've never been able to get them because of you get the 2 shiny tracks down the middle. We call that the paper pack. There isn't a grader big enough to get under that paper pack. So by rolling our moldboard back, we are getting under that. We are bringing our fines back up to mix with the rock. That's what's starting our base. Without the fines, we have nothing. And then it goes back to calcium, then it goes back to everything. How come this isn't working? How come? We don't know because of what we're doing. And that's the misconceptions out there are all over, just having these conversations. And that's why I'm so happy you guys asked me here, because we all have to be on the same page. And is it 100% perfect? No, nothing is. But by having everybody on the same page, we can shoot for the stars. And that's why it's so important to have a road tour. And I think Willow Creek County down Newell County, by having the trust. My whole thing is built on the trust. If we're trying things, we might make a mistake, but let's fix it and learn from that and carry on and know that it was a mistake, because nobody's perfect. And I forgot where I was going now, but anyways, the fines are key, and we spend thousands or millions of dollars every year crushing, and then there's a engineer out there making sure it meets spec. Well, then it's getting segregated when we put it in the pile. Then when we load it, it's getting segregated. Then when we bring it out on the road, we segregate it even more by blading it the wrong way. So now you got
segregation. That's what I get.
And that's why, okay, now going back to you're dead on by looking at the low spots, 100%. You always look at the hill. When you're driving a road, the hills never lie. Whatever we're doing on the top of that hill, we're doing at the bottom. So that's an easy way to just gauge what's going on with the roads. But it goes back to our operators. Maybe he's having a brain fart. Maybe he's forgetting one thing of the system. That's it. And he is. If the road's flat, he's cutting too hard on the left side. He's cut the crown off. But maybe we need to train him some more, right? Like it's continual training. And you go back to take your experience running a grader. How I like to do it is going by your computer. You guys go into your computers, you have your system, and you've done that for 10 years. You go in there, you can do it with your eyes closed. And then all of a sudden IT comes and says, hey, we're changing up our system. And you get a day's training. And then Monday comes in and you sit down and you go, oh, what do I do? That's the same as the grader guys. The more longer you have running a grader, the harder it is for you to forget your muscle memory. And that's why this course is a week long. And even after a week, we think, oh boy, he's had a week's training, he's going to be the best grader operator. No, it's continual training because of the muscle memory. We go back to the old way, and that's 90% of it. If the road is flat, they've cut too hard on the crown. That's it. And then that's why then the shoulders look like this. Because we've cut the middle out instead of cutting the crown in, and then your shoulder. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Don, I appreciate your time here today and sharing your knowledge with us. I guess my one thought is, and council has supported this as we move forward. We did move to 9 grader beats, and from 7, and we are looking at introducing 2 more graders for high traffic routes, designated high traffic routes, in order to maintain a constant maintenance and schedule that we feel is appropriate to be able to make the ground and keep it. When you see this added traffic and weight and size that you're seeing on these roads now, are we losing ground faster than we can make it up with the systems if we don't maintain that regular schedule over there?
Yes. So that's the thing. And I commend you guys on. I see a lot of counties to save that X amount of dollars. It's easy. Let's just cut a division, and we'll just add another 20 miles to this guy and to this guy and to this guy for the divisions. Well, now that buries them, and then they can never catch up. By focusing exactly on it's a 10-minute mile roughly. So we can figure out how many miles a day the guys can get by doing the system, and then having enough graders to support the extra traffic, to support the haul roads, to support the softer roads where they can actually get back and blade them a couple times instead of once every 2 months. Well, we'll never get ahead. And then that little bit of a crust that you have on your base, in 2 months' time, the traffic has punched through that, and we're right back to square one. And we're saying, well, how come? It's focusing our resources where we need them, and that's, to me, is on the graders, having enough graders in the county to give the support for the traffic. There's lots of counties closer to the cities that, a division is 90 kilometers because they're so busy. There's 400 or 500 cars a day on them. So you've got to have that area smaller to keep up with the demand.
Dawn, I've got a question that had come in, is years ago, there used to be when guys were spreading, they didn't spread right to the shoulder. But from what you're saying right now, you're building your shoulders up with gravel. That's why we're spreading to the shoulder.
Not to the shoulder, but just about to it. Yep.
What's just about how, like,
To the tire track. So you put your right tire track where you want your shoulder to be. Because what happens is if we have a lip there, that's the easiest thing for everybody to see. Everybody, anybody driving the road sees that lip. Well, geez, a dumb grader guy. So we try and spread it to the grass. There's only two things on that gravel road that you stare at. That's the grass. That's why the roads are all over like this, because we keep staring at the grass. That's why they go wider. Oh, I want to cut that to get rid of it. Well, now we put our right tire where you want your shoulder to be, and then you spread back to it. And then it should be just up the far enough that you can get your blade past it so the residual gravel doesn't fall off the right side. And then you build your road straight by driving straight.
what if it's got a curb?
Then you got a white knuckler.
Years ago, like I worked in special areas. I did see what the roads were like down there, but our roads used to be, I guess they were crowning them with gravel basically but they did have those edges cut off. And then over time, over a few days, that gravel would work itself back to your shoulder.
And that's the marbles. That's the difference. When you mix your fines with that rock, it doesn't move near like the marbles. And that's why you'll have a lot of counties that'll say, keep the gravel in 2 feet, 3 feet from the shoulder because the traffic will kick it out there. Well, if the fines are mixed with that rock, it's not going anywhere. It's going to get pushed into the road. And that's how we build our shoulders up, by rubbing the shoulders and getting our shoulders harder, but not wider.
Councilor Nyberg?
So years ago, we had the grader operators actually come in and talk to us. One of the reports they brought, and I was very impressed because they actually had quite a bit of information, was speed on our roads. Individuals have decided that, 80 kilometers is a suggestion. It's on all roads, not just the gravel roads. Do you find speed has a contributing factor to throwing gravel off the road?
Yep. But the key going back is our fines. And then the more fines you can mix with the rock, the less, but you're always going to get that. Yeah. And the smoother you make the road, hammer down. But that means we're doing a good job.
No, I just wanted it's a notable point.
Yeah. So much like I just want you guys to understand there's so much that we can build on off of this training in-house. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Hey, Don, we don't usually allow questions from the floor, but Dale had come into the meeting previously and just even asked through me to Don or.
Yeah, just, you made a comment earlier about getting everybody involved, even the residents, which I think is a good idea because I've been complaining a lot about bringing that stuff out the edge of the road with the grass in. Years ago, Jim Turner did a little grader school out on our road. He brought all that stuff up on the road. It was 3 or 4 days. It was all right. It was rough for 3 or 4 days. So could the county maybe in that respect, but when there's road maintenance to be done, you might expect to have some of that sort of.
And it's educating, and that's the thing. What I'm trying to eliminate, that we can still do by a shoulder pull, and that's road building 101 is don't put any organics on your new road, and that's what we're doing. And then wondering why roads get greasy. Could be from any number of things. It could be from 20 years ago that finally that stuff that we pulled in before is worked its way to the surface, and now it rained and it's greasy. We don't know, right? But by eliminating that, by trying to build your shoulders up with your crown to eliminate that curbing, but it's not going to do it on every inch of every road because depending on the curbing. But and I like how Ernie, you said one grader guy can wreck everything that we've done. That's 100% true. If we don't have the proper training with the guys that are going into them divisions, one guy can go in there and cut that lip right back in again in one round. And then we're right back to square one. And we're thinking, well, geez, how come? Well, one cut can erase 2 years worth of building them shoulders up. Because he's cutting it back again. Okay, he's taking it away. Mhm.
Okay, we have a motion on the table from Councillor Stillberg. And I'll call the question. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you, Don, very much for coming in. I know there'll be more questions.
I hope so, and it's awesome. And I just thank you guys for taking the time to learn this. And me as an owner, that's where this training has reached is trying to get council to understand what I'm doing and what's actually out there, and getting everybody on the same page. And the counties that are actually working with the residents, by just even putting a blurb in the paper on the website, that's a start. They can have the division meet and greet out on the road to say, hey, this is what we're doing, this is why, this is like, it's just educating me as a resident. That's all I would like, because I think for my tax dollars, it goes into the grader and on my road. And why is it rough?
We're trying to teach that most of their tax dollars, a lot of theirs doesn't go into the grader and the road. It goes to a lot of their spots in the government.
Yeah. But no, thank you very much. I appreciate this, you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Hey. We were at 6.4. 6.4, dust control, Councillor Nyberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a resident phone me. I've spoken to Mr. Jackson about this.
Dan and Dale, can you guys just, if we're going to talk, just go into we use some feedback here.
So from that, this has been a dust control that's been in place for years, back in the old days. It's one that is along that road. I think there's only maybe 4 spots that are still left that are considered to be in play. So this one is just, I think it's run its course, but I do think we need to do something to look at it. And I told the individual that I was talking to, they had some concerns about safety, and I wanted to make a note that our guys got out right away and put up some signs to caution, beware, it is around a corner. And I just said that I would bring it to council to bring awareness to it. I think we have it under control, but I just wanted to follow up on my word. Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Nyberg, absolutely. We've inspected this portion of the road. Our request for decision 7.2 basically is in support of what our required maintenance will be on this portion, and give us the best rejuvenation that we could possibly work with the ratepayer on. It'll allow us to be able to break up that material that's there and then be able to rework a new dust control into its place if the ratepayer does so want to move forward with that. So absolutely. Also, the request for decision item in 7.2 will give us the best bet at keeping that road surface and structure maintained and in play, so that we don't see a lot of potholing or roughness going forward, regardless of what the maintenance is. If the ratepayer decides that they aren't in favor of a dust control product, or they're in favor of a specific dust control product, it still allows us the best opportunity to be able to maintain it with our graders and keep that material where we need it to be, so it's smooth in that corner. Absolutely.
And the biggest thing that I've noticed over the years is communication. Nobody really likes that. And that's why I explained to this individual about it, that in the past we've rented a milling machine to clean up some of the spots, and just showing up on a Friday morning and saying that the machine starts whirling outside your house is not the best case scenario. That is when I get phone calls, usually from my wife. So I'm just saying that's happened in the past. It happened to me personally, so I do understand where the ratepayer is coming from on this one 100%. So communication, and that's what I wanted to make sure that I told him I would follow up, bring it here, and also that I was under the understanding that I knew that we had put in the budget for a actual purchasing of a milling machine. So that was where it is. So this is just a simple receipt for information now then, Mr. Chair, and I'll make that motion to.
All question, all in favor? Or you got a question, Ernie?
I guess this is relating to, say, like the hard boiling surface to mill everything up, then relay it back down there.
Yes, well, that we do have some of that product on that road. This is that old, what was the old covering off Highway 12 back, and I'm going to say the mid 80s. They put it down because that was the road, actually, that was considered to be Highway 35 back in the day. That was the road you took south of Erskine, but it was one west of Erskine. And so through the county's ingenuity back in those days, they had them take the cover off and relay it. And it lasted a very, very long time. I mean, that's almost, I'm going to go 40 plus years that it's been in play down there. And there's still some chunks of it. They're still in really good shape. And then some, I think now that it's, like I said, there's 3 or 4 that are, they've done their course. Unfortunately, that's the life that span of it. It did a great job for us, but now we've got to move on. So
You were in favor of accepting it for information because I took your hand up first as a vote.
Yeah. Like I had a question, he explained like where it was.
Thank you. Okay, and your aprons off of paved surfaces.
yeah, so 6.5 aprons off paved surfaces, both for the provincial highways and for the our own paved surfaces. So I had a request or a concern brought to me about the Stuart Wynn Road, particularly the new development that went in at the plant down there. They didn't put in an actual paved surface apron. So what ends up happening is when their trucks are coming in and out on a regular basis, the gravel gets put on. They've in the past done a pretty good job of bringing a sweeper onto the road and pulling it back. But I was just wondering if we actually had a policy for our paved surfaces in the county that they have to have aprons. So I would request that Public Works just follow up with that individual and find out what or how or what our policy is to go forward with that. And then I have one other one on the provincial highways as well.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Nyberg, we've been in consultation with that particular approach and working towards, they would like to partner with the County of Stettler and moving towards more of an asphalt type apron in that location. As well, we will receive our new sweeper, broom sweep, next week. And then we'll be able to also continue the maintenance off of our own paved surfaces as well, to make sure that the gravel doesn't carry on from our roads up onto the paved approaches there. So that'll be next week that we'll be receiving that.
Okay, excellent. So, and then of course, there's one in my area that the apron onto a private drive. It's an individual that comes up regularly. Drove by there and it is getting, I don't know what's going on there, but there's a serious issue that has been brought up. What is the policy with highways as far as their aprons? I know Erskine going north on the very west side, I can't remember the name of the road right off to the avenue. It's a concern on a regular basis. I think we've piecemealed and fixed it. Going south of Erskine by the Hutterite colony, there has been some issues. I think there may be a little bit of a fix been done there too. What is AT's policy, just so that I know and council knows go forward? What is AT's policy on their aprons? Once they just walk away?
First off, the one that we've been in consultation with the contractor in charge of the road surface in that area with the ratepayer that you're speaking of, there's been multiple requests for maintenance to be completed on that approach with no avail, no return, no reply. County forces go out and we take care of it to serve our ratepayer.
And she's very happy. She is very, very, very.
I'm not sure what keeps turning around there. I don't know if there's ways that we can find out, but there's definitely some heavy traffic that's utilizing that approach for something. And it definitely does put a lot of weight on that approach and breaks it up.
So you may want to let Alberta or transportation know, highways, that their plow truck during the winter and spring has a tendency to back in there. I've seen them both drive forward and back in there. So if they're going to use it, at least they could do is help maintain it for that individual. So
Absolutely. And
that's information I hadn't got to you, but I was going to let you know.
no, that's good. And I have had really good contact and conversations with our local manager for the contract holder to maintain the highway services. And we've exchanged phone numbers so that we can have kind of a direct line to each other. I believe that, I'm not sure exactly why that particular location doesn't get the necessary required maintenance that it needs and that we ask for. But like I said, to serve our ratepayer, we go in and try to do our best in that location. However, other locations, we definitely see that if we give them the call, it seems like there's a quick turnaround or somewhat of a turnaround anyways.
So what is the rule on potholes in aprons? Like where do we begin and they end?
The road right away. Yep.
So their apron is their responsibility. And the reason I ask that is because I have that conversation with ratepayers on a regular basis. Pothole here, pothole there. And I've been I thought I was under the right line that pothole belongs to the Alberta government. Here's Nate's number.
If I may as well, Mr. Reeve, adding to that conversation, we do see a lot of places where the contractor, when they're plowing snow, let's say in the wintertime, they plow off the edge. However, they aren't necessarily plowing to the right of way, the property line of the highway. And then our operators are having to take care of and try to move that material on top of the material we're already working with to ensure that we got proper sight lines at all of our intersections and not piles. So there is definitely work to be done. I have had conversations with the manager in regards to certain areas that we see issues, Nevis, Erskine, things like that, where they're just kind of throwing it off the edge, but it still is on their right of way. They need to assist and take care of it, or else, we're going out there and doing it ourselves. And so.
Also to add to that, I think CP can be an issue on this one. I saw them working out there last week, and there was a pile of gravel. There was some heavy equipment on there.
Oh, yeah, that one, yeah.
And it's so close to CP that I almost wonder if maybe NCOM doesn't think, well, it's a railway problem. And the railway guys think it's a NCOM problem.
They
or
park their big truck in there, yeah.
And then it's the county of Stettler that rolls in to ensure that our ratepayer has access to their property. That one in the Liberal Road, that's another one that it's CP, AT, and the county of Stettler comes in and fills the holes. So.
Okay. No, I just wanted to I knew you guys were on top of it, but so that the ratepayers understood that we're not just not thinking about it. We are constantly working on it. And for other councillors, if you run into it at the pothole on the apron, yeah.
We did receive for information on that. Councilor McKay, call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried. I'll give you time to, lunch is here, recess for lunch. And
When you come back, do you want me just to take the chair?
yes, can we come back because I have to.
Yeah, fair enough.
So and then you can go into the bylaw after that.
Fair enough, yeah. So I guess Larry's gone. He's asked me to run the meeting for the public hearing. So I am waiting for 1 o'clock. Okay. My clock still says 59. So I will call this meeting back to order. And we will go straight into the public hearing. And that is 4.1 of the agenda. The meeting is now open, noting the time as 1 o'clock. Everyone is welcome. I think everybody knows everybody here. And I will now ask that the nature of the amendment, proposed amendment, be read into the record. And I think, Andrew, you're going to take care of that. Thank you.
So notice hereby given that the County of Stettler number 6 is proposing to amend bylaw 1443-10 as follows. Rezoning part of the Southwest 143819 west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on certificate of title 232045628 from public service to country residence agriculture, and as well rezone part of the Southwest 143819 west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on certificate of title 202162918 from public service to country residence agriculture, as shown on the attached map. The intent of the amendment is in response to a request from the applicant. Subject property is currently zoned public services as it's the former site of Pine Lake Community Hall. The applicant is not, or pardon me, the applicant is intending to construct a dwelling on the property, which is not a permitted or discretionary use in the public service district. Bylaw may be reviewed at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Ave, Stettler, Alberta during regular office hours at 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Public hearing to hear representation concerning bylaw 1730-24 is scheduled to be held Wednesday, June 11th, 2025 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible in the council chambers at the County Stettler Administration Building. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to the Director of Planning and Development, County Stettler number 6, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, or by email to ctl@stellercounty.ca by June 6, or they may make representation at the public hearing. The hearing will be chaired by the Reeve or designate, and persons wishing to join by teleconference or speak in person will be requested to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal and written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Persons may make oral presentations at the hearing regardless of whether they have provided written comments. Following the public hearing, the council may proceed with second and third reading.
Okay. There you go. So everybody here is familiar with our rules of conduct. So I will ask, is there any written submissions? No. Okay. Any in opposition? Either one. Okay. And we don't have anyone online. Okay. So no verbal presentations. Is there anything that the development officer wants to present? Okay, there we go. Any questions from council? None. Then I will declare this portion of the public hearing done at 1:02. Thank you, gentlemen. And now we will move straight on, if it pleases the council. We go to 10.1. We'll go to bylaw amendment, land use bylaw for second and third reading. Page 62 of your package, gentlemen. Who's taking this one? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, so the purpose of this is to consider a land use bylaw amendment to rezone 2 parcels of land in the Southwest 143819 from public service to country residence agricultural. The applicant is intending to use the parcels to place a dwelling, which is not a permitted use in the current zoning of the properties. Recommendation is that council give second and third reading of the bylaw, or that council amend bylaw 1745 and then give second and third reading as amended, or that council request further information from administration before considering second and third reading at a future council meeting, and that council defeat second reading of bylaw 1744-25. The bylaw proposes to rezone 2 1-acre parcels of the Southwest 143819. The lots are currently owned by the province of Alberta, and it is the former site of the Pine Lake Community Center. The purpose of the Country Residence Agricultural District is to provide for the development of country residences in a rural setting, either on a standalone parcel or in a serviced or unserviced multi-lot subdivision. The range of parcel size accommodates the keeping of livestock and other minor agricultural pursuits.
It should be noted that the subject parcels do not meet the minimum requirement of 3 acres for the country residence agricultural zoning requirement. But this zoning is not part of a subdivision, therefore the parcel size cannot be increased to meet the minimum requirement. Although the subject property does not meet the minimum parcel size, it is administration's position that the country residence agricultural zoning designation is the best fit for the property. It is within council's discretion to approve the rezoning, even though the parcel does not meet the minimum requirement. The subject parcel properties are made up of 2 1-acre parcels. It's the site of the former Pine Lake Community Community Center that has been left vacant for many years. The lone structure on the property is in complete disrepair. Adjacent properties are a mix of residential and agricultural uses. The rezoning is in conjunction with a development permit that has been applied for on the subject property to construct a detached dwelling. You can scroll down to the photo, and that showed the 2 shaded lots, or the 2 lots that we're looking at rezoning. And a condition of their development permit will be that they consolidate those 2 parcels into one. The proposed bylaw was advertised and notices were sent out in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. A public hearing was held on June 11th. And council meeting, notice of the bylaw and public hearing were sent to the landowners adjacent to the subject lots and were also advertised in Stettler Independent. There are no financial requirements to the county in regards to this bylaw. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions or concerns from anyone? Then I'm just looking for a motion to go to second reading. Or for second.
Make a motion to go to second reading.
Go for second. Sorry.
Do second reading.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Just one quick question. They bought this from the province? Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Then I'm looking for third reading. Mr. Stevens.
Motion to go to third reading on bylaw 1745-25.
Okay, no questions, concerns? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you, gentlemen. That is. Okay, now we're going to go back up and we're going to go to 7.2. Request for decision, purchase of a milling machine, page 46 of your package, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Mr. Jackson speak to this.
Thank you. So operations have brought forward a request for decision in regards to purchasing a skid steer mounted milling machine. As we got more and more hard surfaces throughout hamlets and dust control areas throughout the county of Stettler, maintenance of those items is done far better if we have our own equipment, and we do get a better product and result at the end of the day if we're able to mill that product up, fix any issues or concerns with the road structure underneath, and then lay it back down. So this unit would be utilized throughout our hamlets and throughout the county of Stettler, allowing us to be able to complete those projects without having to bring in contractors or outside source equipment. We worked through Canoe again with this equipment, Finning, CAT, as well as Stettler Equipment Sales and Rental, submitted the machinery that we were looking at. It is our recommendation that we go through with the Caterpillar PC412 cold planer, as it meets and also connects to our new track loader that we purchased this year as well. Basically, all the functions, wiring, and controls will match up accordingly. As well, it does meet the budgeted amount that was set forth in the 2025 budget.
Okay, Mr. Grover.
I'll move option 1.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
I was just wondering, the second option, is that compatible?
They are compatible, however, Bobcats, basically the way that Bobcat sets their attachment equipment and their skid steers up is opposite for the wiring and the control. So a jobber basically attachment would have that milling machine for it to speak to the CAT skid steer.
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay, seeing none, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, we're going to skip 8.1. And Larry would like to be around for that. So we're going to go to 9.1, page 57 of your package.
Mr. Chairman, 8.1, 9.1, and 9.2 kind of all go together.
Okay.
We want to skip over that.
9.1, 9.2. Okay, so then we're going to go to reports, and we'll go to page 67 of the package, which is the chief administrator's report. Anybody have any questions, concerns that you're seeing there? Okay. Financial reports, we'll take all the reports as one, so go ahead.
I have one question on the CAO's report. Have we heard back about the insurance on the ambulance?
Yes.
Is it a write-off or is it?
$45,000 worth of damage. That they're looking at taking it apart, and that might not be the extent because it did catch fire. So there could be some wiring, to get through. Looking for a chassis to put underneath the van, and there's none around. So we are expecting that they might come back in, and as they get a little deeper into it, as they try to remove it, that they're going to probably write it up. Then our next plan is to try and push we have another ambulance ordered, due for delivery in August. Try to work with Crestline to move that delivery date up, and then get the replacement for this one ordered.
So if we could expedite the one that's on route, our next one would just be a chassis?
I don't know.
Potentially. So we did talk to the appraiser. He's done one like this before where it was a chassis write-off, but they were able to transfer the box, but it did take about 9 months for that to happen. But of course it's going to ultimately be insurance's choice. Whether they think, with some of our consultation, but whether they think that ambulance is worth keeping on the road or not, or the box anyways.
Yeah, every time, it's the wiring. You have damage to wiring, and you're trying to transfer. It's just a nightmare. And those ambulances are so dependent on wiring. It runs everything, right? So.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Accounts payable register, 108 of your package. Yeah.
I'll give you a motion to accept the CEO report.
Or you want to do them separate? I would just.
And then financial separate.
Okay. Page 67. So we'll get a motion to accept the chief's administrator report. All those from Les, all those in favor? There you go. Okay. Financial reports, and we'll do all three of those together, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Any questions on 108, the accounts receivable register or payable? Mr.
I just had one there. It's check or payment numbers 106, 103.
What page?
Technologies.
What page?
It is on page 111.
111.
We are.
I can speak to that one. That is software provider. That's everything from our antivirus to some of our more advanced firewall licensing and we do that annually.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bank recs on 117. Any questions? Year-to-date budget. Any questions or concerns? Yes, Mr.
Just a question to admit how it works, say on the very first entries on revenue, how but we have our taxes budget coming in, it's at 0%, and we're halfway through the year. And I know some people pay plans, and I know I've already paid my taxes already this year. Why doesn't it show up as the year goes on
Well, these are dated April 30th. So we actually process the tax returns for like the 3rd or 4th of May type of thing. So they'll be on the next one.
What about the install?
They get posted when they're levied.
Yeah.
And then they're asset until then. They're kept in a holding account and applied again.
Like an AR. So the entire levy goes to the balance sheet as an AR, and then as you pay your taxes, we just bring it down.
Oh, okay. Does that make sense?
Sort of, kind of, yep.
It would show up on a full trial balance, but this is just an income statement.
Okay, okay,
Haven't done the transfer over yet.
yeah, right.
Mr. Stevens,
Same page, taxes, penalties and costs. That is substantially higher than what we were forecasting. Was there an anomaly that happened there? Was it,
About 4 or 5 oil companies.
they came forward and paid some outstanding taxes?
No, that's
No,
levy.
That's levy. That's the February 1st levy on outstanding oil and gas.
So,
That is why, so the fact of us putting them on the revenue sheet as soon as they're levied, be that the taxes or the penalties, is also why you see on the flip side expenses that we have a specific line where we consider it an expense when it's not paid.
so that 256 and change was not actually collected. Okay.
it represents 8%. Is that what it is?
Keep hoping, keep hoping.
It's an 8%.
8%, February 1st.
That represents 8% of the taxes we haven't collected.
And it becomes part of the asset as taxes receivable or AR, and as we get them paid, it whittles it down.
Any other questions? Okay, get a motion to move for all the financials?
I'll move all three financial reports.
That's 108, 117, and 118. All those in favor? Thank you. Now, 131, gentlemen, councilors' fee sheets. Any questions, concerns that anybody has about any of the fee sheets that are on there? Mr. Gender.
I'm just trying to find it here. I believe it's on your own, James, or like you had a special counsel, a Zoom. You had it there, but you don't really say like whether you attended part of it, a little bit of it, all of it.
The call with legal counsel, that was for, has to do with you.
No, there's.
It was for the county, it's the housing authority,
Committee we sat on.
housing authority.
Okay.
I thought he was asking about the line above that, the special counsel, because you didn't charge for the special counsel meeting. I think you were only able to attend a portion of small
I
ones.
was away at conference that day, Ernie, and I zoomed in for,
5 minutes, whatever.
yeah, I just wanted to make sure you were doing your job, so.
You caught me sleeping that day.
No, it was just that, I can't even remember, I was in Saskatoon, I think, or something, and I zoomed in, but, yeah. Okay. Anything else? Then I will get a motion to accept the fee sheets from Mr. Councillor Gender. All those in favor? Scary, thank you. Committee reports. We've got one on 138 from Reeve Clark, 142, 145. You guys are doing your jobs today, 147. And of course, the gold star goes to Councillor Stolberg for 1, 2, 3, 4 reports. Any questions or concerns that anybody has with any of the reports that you need clarification or would like clarification on? And I'm seeing none, so I'll get a motion from someone. Mr. McKay, to accept all the reports. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Consent agendas, 160 to 168. Is there anything in the consent agenda that anybody would like to pull out? Miss Yvette Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The pancake breakfast, too, with the town of Stettler, looking for numbers.
What date is that again?
July 1st.
Yeah, July 1st would be the first one where we would go and assist the town. I think we would go and assist them in the kitchen. Is that what I get out of that one, Nikki?
And serve.
And serve. So they're looking for numbers, and then they will come back and give us a hand on August 1st. And they have 6 members of the town council confirmed. So I need to get back to them with, for the 1st. So I need numbers.
As far as I know, I'm available.
I will try my darndest to be there. I know July 1st is one that I don't know why, but we're typically not at home, but I don't, we go somewhere else, I don't know.
Yeah, I will be in town. Anyways, FCSS is at the museum that day, and so I'll be at.
There's a parade, a parade that day as well.
Yeah, so-
We will need, participation in
And
that,
that'll-
right after the breakfast.
And the parade time is 10 or?
Yes.
Can we put that in the calendar then too, please?
Yes.
And then when we're done with Stettler, when we're making a beeline to Denelda for what, 4 o'clock? Well, we're there for it. Hopefully the cake holds together. Dave, you gonna be around?
Put me down for sure.
Okay, do you want me to put you down?
I don't know. Yeah, sure, put me down.
Paul?
I'll do my darn just to be here, yep.
Ernie?
Yes, please.
And I'll volunteer till the reef, so I'll say 7.
Yeah, the cake held up to the window at Bymore.
It'll hold up to anything?
What?
Yeah. Looks like it was built pretty sturdy.
Yeah, they,
I'm thinking that equipment was screwed on pretty good because none of it blew off.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get a motion to receive for information of those consent agendas from Paul McKay. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Now, Larry asked me to wait for this, but I would think it would be more important that what's that? Okay. It's more important that he's here for the in-camera discussion, yay?
Yeah, I mean, we gotta go on with some business, so.
it's a.
Let's go on to the road maintenance policy. We'll have a discussion around it and we'll go from there. Unfortunately, it just is what it is. So we tried, so.
So this policy staff put together, I thought they did a great job on it. So I applaud all the hard work that went into this. And I think this has identified some of council's requests. Also still recognizing, what we're trying to accomplish with the grader training that we've been doing. I think we've been training with Don for 4 or 5 years. And it's quite a cost, quite an investment we've made for each grader operator. But I thought they identified things very well, but we're looking for council feedback.
Okay, I'll open up the floor. Any questions or thoughts from anybody? Mr. Gender.
I find that like on a lot of these roads that the maintenance has not been on there for so many years, that it's just not going to be just maintenance on it. It's going to have to be refurbished. So like, and I was talking with Don about that. So like, it would be nice for when he does come back, that we go out onto a road, okay, and then put some points, get some ideas from everyone, okay, what we can do, how we're gonna go about it. Because if we have some of these roads that are gonna be, say, like a couple meters wider than what they should be, it's just not a simple shoulder pull or anything, the maintenance. There's crowning also involved with them. There's, like I mentioned, okay, in a mile, you could have 10 different issues. So it's gonna be it's not gonna be a low maintenance cost. There's gonna have to be a special budget put into these per mile, per year on there. So if we have 180 miles, there's no damn way that we can do 180 miles in 1 year to bring them back into shape. But if we focus and say, okay, there's gonna be 10, 15 miles, whatever we can do, but put a budget on it, I believe that's gonna be a more of a realistic approach on there.
But going forward as a standard to maintain our roads, what's your feelings on this policy?
There are going to be some roads that, yes, they are narrow enough. They are still salvageable. So like being that we've gone from 7 to 9 grader beats, I'm not really sure whether these last two, whether we should be pulling them off and letting them attack some of these roads that could be brought back into shape by putting these 2 graders on it and then regraveling, that sort of thing. Like there's also been talk about bringing another 2 graders, but where do we stop on the amount of graders that we've really got and really focus on, say, like for the bringing them back into productivity so that we can maintain these roads and only be done, say, by graders.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
To Reeve Gender. Basically, what we're looking at proposing to council is that maintenance is key. And through this policy, it gives us the template at what council believes and staff and operations believes is sufficient maintenance and a level at which the roads, what we're striving to keep the roads at. There will be rejuvenation, there will be those shoulder pulls or shoulder maintenance. There are going to be those ongoing projects that we're going to have to, like you said, budget for and move forward with in certain portions of the roads so that we can bring them back into shape and ensure that we're going to be able to maintain this level that we feel as though is sufficient for our road structure to be maintained at. Bringing in 2 more graders in order to maintain the high traffic routes is merely supporting the operators and our road infrastructure to ensure that we can meet this policy level of service and keep our road infrastructure on the positive side of things instead of falling behind. Because like you said, there's no way that we can, let's say, redo 100 miles of road per year, but we can work away at 10 miles of road a year, 5 miles of road a year. If we don't have the maintenance in place in the first, then we're never gaining ground. We're going to be always losing, and we're never achieving the goal that we finally, have set out in a policy. And the fact that we are working towards keeping that structure and that infrastructure to a level that we feel is sufficient for use and safe for the community.
Okay. Mr. Stolberg and then Mr. Stevens.
And I see advantages of adding the 2 floater graders to the regular 9 for the problem areas, because otherwise, typically in the past, if there was some problem areas and they really needed attention now, graders would be pulled from somewhere else, and then which would result in that area getting behind as well. So it makes sense to me to attack the problem immediately with the spares.
Okay, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Brewer.
I like this policy, but I would like to see one addition to it. And that would be a typical cross section of what we're looking at for. And I understand that we have different road widths and it lays out the amount of slope we're looking for, but I would like to see what we are targeting ditches as well. So show the road profile, the amount of slope we're aiming for, and then what we're looking for in our ditches to ensure we have drainage.
So you want us to attach a diagram?
Yeah, I want a cross section. It's a vision. I'm a visual person, and I think that it would go a long ways to help the public. I get we have areas where we have limited road width and we struggle to get enough slope, but we have had some road projects that we've done where we have a very good cross section of the road that drains well, and then at the shoulder drops off 8-10 inches a foot and have a shelf, and then the ditch slopes away from that at a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 slope. And I'm not sure if that's what we're targeting now for all of our roads. Is that a typical? If so, I would like to understand why that is.
So I'm going to let Mr. Jackson and then I'll go back to Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Stevens. So a cross section to show a road construction and percentage in that is achievable and works. My only concern with adding a ditch profile to it is that there are so many obstacles that we've worked throughout the county of Stettler. Assigning a specific ditch profile is going to almost lead us to the point that we can't achieve the goal that is being set before we start.
I understand and I appreciate that, and that's why I use the term typical, and we will have exceptions to this. There's no doubt about it.
So if I could, just for further information to allow staff to be able to to make sure that we get what you're looking for, typical being after, if we were to reconstruct, what we would be
We would
doing?
build the road now.
Okay,
What would it look?
okay, perfect.
You got to know where you're going to get it.
Clarification on that. We do have the construction road standard in policy already under the Public Works Policy
Can
2.
we add it to this one? Is that doable?
Duplicatively, I would
Okay.
avoid it.
Okay,
I'd rather cross-reference.
Okay, however you want to cross-reference, yeah.
so. And I can talk to Greg about this afterwards, but when we have this rejuves that we've done, is that construction or is that maintenance?
It's construction.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the level at which we're gonna rework the road, I think, because when we're looking at construction, new construction would be basically starting from scratch and building up from base all the way through the top. A rejuve, you're gonna be pulling as much as you can out of your base of your road and trying to secure it and add to the structure with your coarse aggregate material and clay and building up and then finishing your road. It's going to look very much like a finished constructed road, like a newly constructed road. But you don't necessarily always have the opportunity to secure the lands on either side to give you that full construction profile. We are still at sometimes the mercy of the landowner. Excuse me, to whether or not they wish to work with the county and allow us to have that extra road width.
Okay. So however you want to do it as far as a reference to this in there, to this policy. would be good.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I think I understand where Councillor Stevens is, what his focus and interpretation and desire is for that extra, identification of how we are going to work within our ditches to support the road structure and allow for a standard to be in place, a level of standard to be in place at how we're going to be working in those locations.
I can show you how.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Grover?
Yeah. I think we should do some rebuilding. A great one would be off of 601, straight through up there and build a new road through there. And it would take a lot of our problems away. We have two buggies and with them all running, they built 9, 10, and 11 the last 3 years, miles, built it. That they were running with all four. Then we traded them off. Now we just got those two. So what would you do? You'd do 8 to 10 miles of rehab, or you could punch that road through there, and it would take a lot of your headache away. Pull that dirt off the top of those hills and fill that other one and make it straight up to the lake. It would save a lot of our problems with blocking off roads and all the rest of it. And then two buggies should be able to do that. Whether you're rehabbing them, Greg, or whether you rehab your B8 10 mile, if you got at it, but they're going to have to be their own crew. They can't be a part-time crew. They could pull a grader man off here and a guy off of there. Yeah, so it's going to be an added cost. But at the end of the day, I think that we're going to eventually have to go there. And they're shortening up the roads. I hear shortening up the roads. We shortened that one road up by the lake. Then what we do? Had to turn around and put it back. And now we've created a hazard because it's going to be soft on the side there for a long period of time before it hardens up. So I think we just got to be, I just want you to be careful. Like when you go to shortening up roads, like that one there, and then you got too many complaints, and we went back and we threw some dirt over the side, and then you got to pack it, and all we did was make ourselves 3 times as much or 4 times as much work. Guys, I just a note to keep, been around a long time, just to keep, you got 2 or 3 guys complaining that the road should be shortened up, and it should be this, should be that. Nobody at this table that's been working in the thing for the last 5, 10 years, building roads. That's about it. I'd like us to carry on and get going, because you can't rob them guys off the graders either to go do patchwork. You got 9 grader, we got 9 graders now. No, we always had 9 graders. Then we took them down to 7 and it didn't work. Now we're back at 9. And that's probably where we should be. If they are doing their job, they'll keep the roads in half decent shape. Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, just, there are, I guess, keeping focus on the policy that we have in front of us and not pulling away from Councillor Grover's comments. They are valued in the fact that if we were to do road rejuvenation or road construction, absolutely that would be a budgetary consultation in order to fulfill our obligation of the crew. Equipment, we do have equipment we can work with, but there would be crews, so that would be a budgetary discussion that would be had at that point in time. Which roads we would do and how much we would do would be a decision of operations as to what we felt was sufficient in order to make ground. Put together the program that we felt would get us in the place that we needed to be on some of these roads. And a lot of that then all ties back into this policy. The fact that we're looking to, work through and have a level that we're going to work towards and try to maintain on all of our road surfaces.
Yeah, no, for sure. And this is a maintenance policy that we're looking at. Yvette, you wanted to comment? Sorry, Ernie, I'll get you in.
I just think that this is a policy that council should look at as what's going to guide us moving forward, right? We know we have some problems or immediate problems right now that we need to address, which I think we're doing in the next 2 items. But we've never had this before. So we actually have a policy, talks about snow plowing, talks about, maintaining roads. So I think that's how, you got to remember, we can't cherry pick this problem because we're taking care of that in a separate issue. This is a policy on how we're going to keep the roads together. You could give this to a grader operator and say, this is what we expect you to maintain our roads at. So it's a forward thinking, all encompassing. And I think that's how you guys have to look at it right now.
Mr. Gender.
Like when we do say, present it to the grader operators at the maintenance, we're gonna have to bring these roads back into the shape. So then they've got a basis in order to be able to start from. Andrew was actually answered the question when Justin had requested, say, like, show the slope of the road that we just put in there as in reference, like I believe you mentioned, back to the road construction policies. At least we have a basics in order to really start from.
Yeah, we've been using those policies for a while. They're Red Deer counties, I think, originally.
Yeah, we adopted them back in 20.
Yeah, they're not bad, but they're not really applicable to our road network, but they're closer than other ones, right?
Well, and that's the one thing the county does have. We have a plethora of different roads out there. Like you go to Les's area, you go to my area, you go to Justin's area. I mean, they're all different in how they're built. I mean, Dave's probably got the most hills out of anybody, right? And it's just the way that these roads are built. Some are narrow, they're like people. They're all different sizes and shapes. So the one thing that I do want to make comment of is, and I think Dave alluded to it a little bit when Don was here as well. Don definitely protects the grader operators, and I don't want to ever throw staff under the bus, but we do have, like our roads, we have different operators that are doing different jobs. Some work really well in certain areas and some don't work really well in other areas. We've got to find those right people, and if we're going to have those 2 floater operators, they cannot be somebody that just goes in and screws the road up. I mean, you got to have somebody of the quality guys that are these guys that are going around and doing this, because nothing pisses off another grader operator than somebody doing their road and pissing them off about it. And that's the biggest issue that you're going to find go forward. So you need to have that balance of making sure that you're not just sending in, James to do somebody's area and he's the first time you can piss him.
That guy never been in a grader.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and that is the fundamentals behind the training that we're working through with DK Blades is the fact that all grader operators will be using the same approach when grading the roads. So you'll always have, somewhat minor inconsistencies between operators, but that's our intention, is that with this, it's the same training with the operators receiving it and getting refresher training, that they're all approaching the roads in the same manner, because their belief and their training and their learning is all structured the same way. There are definitely, and as Don has alluded when we've talked to them, operators will see things and their actual visual interpretation of what they need to do is different. But it's that ongoing training and discussion between operators, he said, that will give you a better blend between your grader beats, because they will then have that ability to, okay, we all understand the fundamentals of what we're doing. Now we need to understand how you're looking at it and how I'm looking at it. We're trying to achieve the same goal, but we may have two different views of how we're going to get there.
So in these floater graders, would you have them grade so I'm the regular beat operator and Les is the floater. So would we work the one road at the same time?
So what we would want to, the intention is the fact that they're going to be at different locations at different times, because they're approaching their beats. The beat operators are approaching their beats in the fact that they've got roads that they know need to be maintained more often or more regularly and can work through efficiently as possible. The high traffic operators their focus is making sure that those high traffic roads that they're on, they're moving through those efficiently and taking care of them in the fashion that they need to be taken care of. When we are looking at how they each move through those locations, we don't want high blading. We don't want a lot of high blading. Yeah. We want the operators to be able to work efficiently together and be able to incorporate what the one has done and adjust with the other. So that's where it is. It's going to be, and I'll be completely honest with you, in our discussions and our reviewing of this, this is new, and it's new to the operators, and the fact that there's going to have to be communication, understanding, and cooperation between the two of them, where previously you had your own beat and you worked with inside your own beat, and that was your ownership group. This is going to allow the operators now a greater level of understanding with each other and communication, which in the right scenario, and if we all approach it with the idea that this is what we're going to do to assist both of you in what you're able to accomplish at the end of the day, I believe that we'll have a greater success story with it.
Right, and so I'm not trying to get into operations, but I do think that what you touched on was the communication between the operators. And even if for the first couple of runs over the road, if they work together, then I can understand what Les wants and Les can understand what I want when we're maintaining that road together. Okay, I see what you're doing. I will try and accommodate that for you, Les. Or Les will say, James, this is how I've done it. Can we work this in? Okay, we can work together. Communication to be the key. I don't know if you can put that in policy, but it is definitely something that's going to have to become culture for you guys.
It'll be a responsibility of myself and Mr. Albiser to ensure that our communication and our management of our operators is guiding them to success, because that's truly what they need. Is this is something that's going to be a little bit fresh and new in their eyes, but with the guidance and the work with them, I mean, there is no reason why we can't achieve those results.
Okay. Ray Clark, I apologize. We tried as hard as we tried to stretch it out. I'll finish this one off, and then I'll let you speak to it now, and then I'll turn the chair back over to you.
Okay, yeah, I just have a couple questions on it, and really appreciated Don's, I talked to him just before I had to leave, but the statement I put to him is on some of our roads, and maybe Councilor Gendard brought this up, are we trying to make a silk purse out of a Sowser? Like, do we have to bite the bullet, take the time, start getting into our strategic plan that we're going to rebuild certain sections of road, and then expect a certain maintenance practice at that point after? Because these big, wide, flat roads, they seem to be what draws us all apart. They seems to be where we bring our conflict. Like, we had members of the public in today, and those are wide roads, each one we're talking to, those big wide roads, that's over the years has been allowed to happen. You look at the equipment that's moving now, we've got such bigger equipment that you can justify that width, but from a maintenance point, when I look at 4 or 5, possibly sometimes I think 6 pass roads, this is, how do we ever expect we're gonna be able to maintain them properly? So that's my biggest drive on this. And then the other part of it is, we talk about our different beats and our guys getting along. All the changes we made in the past, even downsizing the amount of beats we had, was always with the understanding we had extra people to go in there. So we have to have a overall ownership, not just a beat ownership. But in that, we pay for people like Don to come out. That's up to you and Dan, but you're going to have to keep on top so that it's not a relearn. He talked about the gray muscle and us all having the tendency of going back to what we know. And that change is very difficult, but how do we instill that change?
Just to speak to Reeve Clark's first comments in regards to the bite the bullet and start doing some rejuve. Unfortunately, the brief portion of the conversation that you did miss had some of that discussion in it. The fact that those are budgetary lines that we're going to have to address during budget season, and a determination basically by operations staff bringing forward saying, this is what we feel is achievable for roads that we think are necessary for a rejuve. And this is what we would like to propose to do. This is the amount of money we feel as though it would take and the resources that would be required. And then we can have those discussions by all means, because I believe some of our roads have got to that point where that push and squeeze out, or I should say that squeeze and push out is happened. And a lot of the work, if we were truly to be looking at how we are going to bring it back is going to be, that's years and years and years. And traffic is only going to probably increase on those roads over time. And so we're not going to get there unless we do, like you say, push, bite the bullet and decide, okay, now we're going to rework this road and bring it back to a shape and structure and size, road top width, that is achievable enough to be able to maintain.
Yeah, just on that though, is to me, I think we need to take it a step past year-to-year budgeting and if we're talking about it and we're talking about what goes into a strat plan, possibly that would be part of our strat plan to rejuvenate the road so that the next council that comes forward, it's at least there. I know they make their own strat plan, but at least it's a point to look at and maybe ask the question, why was this important enough to get onto the strat plan, so that every year you're talking about budget and what would need to be done and maybe how much, roughly how much money per year would be put towards these roads. So I think from a getting it done basis, just so that we're not firefighting on this issue here today, we're going to continue. It's going to be continuous improvement.
Yeah, so you're not chasing your tail, you're actually leading the dog kind of a deal.
I think the key behind that is that we need to, council needs to build a culture around the roads. And if
I may, Mr.
Go ahead.
No, I just had one more quick comment to Reeve Clark's second portion of his point. And I agree. There's definitely management action that Dan and myself need to take in order to ensure that we're supporting our grader operators. But as I mentioned I believe I mentioned in one of my memos, professional, all throughout all professions, they are encouraged and somewhat mandated to maintain their professional accreditation, to take refresher courses or courses throughout the year, every year, and show that those credits have been taken in order to maintain their status. And that's no different than a grader operator. And the fact that for us to feel as though that they're going to maintain a level of training and professionalism and skill, we need to ensure that we're there and we're reincorporating those strategies and that fundamental training, not just once, and then turning them loose for the next 15 years if we're lucky enough to maintain and keep them that long. It's a revisit to that training and making sure that throughout Dan and I's annual, monthly, weekly visits with them, that we're bringing those things forward, but then getting also into a rotation that and my goal would be the fact that we have our operators in place, they've all taken the training, so then we've got the fundamental idea in place, but now we revisit and they go back into a refresher training. So it's not necessarily the full week, but they do get 2 or 3 days a year where they're sitting with that instructor and they're getting that refresher. So it's like, oh, makes sense. I get back to, yeah.
And when I get to the culture issue, this is every employee in the county of Stettler. I think we've had a last couple of weeks or last month of council being inundated with calls about roads that are not sufficient. We travel the roads every day. The culture should be that if an employee finds that a road is not up to snuff, they need to go, hey, we need to get this. And that's what I mean by getting that culture back to this needs, but you can't be everywhere. The grader operator can't be everywhere. But when poop happens, it's all hands on deck. We need to know what's going on. Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
The discussion about rejuves and rebuilding, I don't think it's neither or. And I think that this maintenance policy is the right first step, because there's no point in investing in more roads if we haven't agreed upon how we're going to maintain that asset once we've invested in. So I agree with some of the other councillors that we do need to start doing some rejuves and rebuilding. But I think this is the right first step, that once it's rebuilt, this is how we're going to maintain that shape that we built. This is how we can maintain those standards. You don't buy anything unless you have a maintenance plan for it.
Mr. Grover?
Yeah, I brought it up when Larry wasn't here though, that one at the lake where we took the edges off her, then they got so many complaints, and we had to go up, haul dirt, put it back on there, so now we got a hazard because the sides are soft. And yeah, some of that roads we're gonna have to rebuild for one simple reason. Elevator grader road goes along, it takes the topsoil, dumps it in the middle of the road, and then you built the road over top of it. And until you take the black soil out of there, and that ones, you're never gonna get them fixed. Never. But that could be a rehab too, rather than re-slope and all that. You know, as long as you got the black dirt out of there and found some good dirt to put in there and packed it and made a real road.
So just to be,
Them two buggies will do.
just a second, Mr. Grover, just a second, just to be clarification, I don't think we have a hazard on the road up by the lake right now. I just want to clarify that. It's been very good.
I've got one down by me and like a goose, or extended goose pit, so I'm gonna give it to Greg here after the meeting.
That's what we have to do. If you know of a hazard, you should intend to take it to.
I got it. I got it now. About a 9-man goose pit. And you can stand up in it.
From Don's conversation too, we do, you know, like you drive a road like 39 too. We've got spots on there that you can tell we put that extra effort into. It's great. Then you get the next, you hit a mile and it's crappy. And when I phoned the vet on that road, I said, the person that phoned me, I said, was exaggerating very bad on the whole road. But in the same sense, some of the spots in the road may be under exaggerated. So it's one of our biggest assets, and hopefully we get it to a point where in the next, you know, it's been 80 years again this way, or 70 years, they gotta last a lot longer. So if we can do what we need to do yearly to keep them up, well, that's what we need to do.
Just to keep you up to speed, Mr. Stevens just mentioned that we should have something in here about the shapes, reference to the shape of the road via a picture, and then also with the shape of the shoulders. And we already have that in policy. We're going to add that as a reference in here. Where would you add it to, Andrew?
Typically, we would just put it, there's a C also typically at the bottom. Yeah, related documents. So we'd add 2.10, which is our road specifications.
Okay, so policy or public works policy, what is it?
2.10, road spec
10 would be added to this as well. Is there any other questions or concerns with this, Mr. Clark?
As part of this though, like you've heard everything from degrees grade to percent grade to crown, like to get it clear, and everything was surveyed in feet and inches, and now we're talking the metric system with that it can have so many different units. So it would, I don't know what the common
This is the one that they,
language is. Because it can confuse anybody.
this is the picture they brought up for us, if you have a look on screen.
If I can, Mr. Chair, and through the Reeve, and that was discussions that we had as well, because depending who you are, you may feel the grade is at which the road is in compared to the remaining of like the remainder. So a high grade road would be like our 601 or, you know, the gravel portion, sorry, of 601 or the Weimar Road would be a great, you know, example of a high grade road where it's built up in comparison to the, you know, the rest of the land around it. It's built up to a higher grade and then has a crown of, you know, 3 or 4%. So there is that, absolutely, there is that kind of what you perceive as a terminology that you're going to be using and what someone else does. Somewhat, we need to find like that standard that everyone understands and then
Same language.
yeah.
The crown of the road, I think everybody understands, but what the extreme or what the parameters of the crown is what needs to be done. And I think this does speak to that for sure.
That's, the back slope is kind of a difficult thing because so many of our roads could be straight down.
Yeah, that's what we had discussed, just so you're aware of that. Gotcha. Okay, so any more discussion on this? I would like someone to give us a motion, Mr. Stevens, to move this forward.
Give you a motion to approve with the amendment
Okay.
And to go to public consultation.
and to go to public consultation.
That's what he said.
So we'll attach the, whatever we're attaching. And we'll put it on the website for 30 days, so let the public take a crack at it.
PW policy. Okay. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you for the work on this one. Well done. And I'm going to pass it back over to the chair. 9.1, road shoulder maintenance.
Under agenda items, 9.1, road shoulder maintenance, page 57 of our package.
I believe, Mr. Reeve, it's page 60 of the package. They've been swapped.
The package, okay? The agenda does say 57, but that's, oh, got mixed with, oh, so should we be on high traffic roads?
High traffic
Allocations first?
57.
We can do either or.
Go in the order we are, jump back to 57.
So as you can see, I submitted a memo of information there. It's brief in the fact that the ratepayers and council has brought to the operations that there are significant, in some areas, shoulder lips that we're dealing with. And operations does agree that there are levels of shoulder maintenance that we do need to get a handle on and start working towards. Our working with DK Blades training, there is a level of work that we can do to those roads or to those shoulder lips to be able to incorporate some of that material back onto the road surface and not necessarily affect adversely what we've got for aggregate and road condition as we are currently trying to strive towards. Equipment to do that is basically pretty simple. We own one of them. The Capital I Industries gravel reclaimer. We have worked with it this spring in reducing some of the lips on the shoulders and doing some shoulder maintenance with it. I have contacted Capital I with a couple of concerns that I had with the attachment. And the county of Wetaskiwin is having somewhat the same issues. So we are working through those at the same time. As the county of Wetaskiwin gets those remedied, we're going to see if that also works for ours. The vintage of the two machines is pretty much similar, so we're thinking that there may have just been somewhat of a manufacturing concern or flaw that was done in with those. So we're working through that. With that, there is also, as I have placed on there, a disc style shoulder reclaimer that you can utilize. There are multiple different types and styles that are on the market that can be utilized. And in essence, it does much the same as the more discs that you have and the greater the angle, the mulching and grinding of that material as it comes back to the road, then allows it to be spread more evenly without the clods and the lumps and everything else that may come along with it. So levels of depth can be achieved with both implements. The only one positive thing with the disc style is that it can be moved from one grader to another, whereas the Capital I Industries reclaimer is specifically on one grader, and it can only be put on one grader due to the hydraulics and the attachments, which is also the grader that we like to put the mower on, the roadside mower, and utilize as well. So it does somewhat pose a bit of a logistical concern in that regard, and the fact that we would like to be using two implements at the same time, pretty much in the same season, to take care of some of these issues.
So we have one of these, but we don't have the other. Is that one?
So the Capital I Industry gravel reclaimer is the one that we have in our
What are you having? What problems are you having with it? What's the
issues that we're having with it is we are having trouble with, and we believe it's a flow issue in the motor, giving us the torque that's required to blow through that material the way that it shows that it should blow through it in the literature that we have. So Capital I has assured us that that they feel as though that there's something that's kind of holding it back. We were able to successfully do some shoulder work with it. It was slow, just because we were not able to move that equipment fast, or as fast as we feel as though and as it's been laid out to us that we could, and carry on down the road with it.
And we had purchased this guy.
Correct.
And it doesn't need to be, it can be put on any grader. It's not like you can.
No, this is specific. It goes on one grader.
It was the mower, and then there's a front mulcher too, wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so the other one that you were talking here, the side mount.
Disc style basically is incorporated into the already mounted equipment on the graders for a wing.
Okay, so it doesn't affect the mower one.
No.
It can be.
So so it would go on any of our graders, as it just basically utilizes the wing attachments that are already mounted on all of our graders for it to be mounted on. So I mean, you could have one of these. No, you could have one of them, but incorporated onto any grader and any beat or any grader that we would be utilizing for specific shoulder maintenance.
Is there history, like if you talk to anybody that's using these, have they bore pretty good, or I can see that being fairly brutal on one of these?
The disc style, DK Bladestone, he has utilized those previously and some of the work that they do. Like anything, it's a heavy duty piece of equipment, and at the angle that you're running it, what we have to understand is that we're not looking to, drop it in as if you were disking, turning soil or something of that nature. What you're looking to do is, in essence,
Shave the lips.
Achieve that cutting of that material that's holding water onto the road surface.
And regain some of the gravel. Basically, you want to rake it. It's a power rake.
In essence.
Would this also pertain, like at one point you talked about doing a narrow spray?
Absolutely, yeah. So where we had discussed that, in any of that shoulder maintenance that we're working on, in order to achieve better results and reduce the amount of grass material or trash that's holding that fine material on the shoulders, a spray. So we have our spray trucks, and they have basically a shoulder nozzle that sprays that first 2 feet, 24 inches of grass right along the shoulder, utilizing that service to go along and first kill that material, and then hit it with this would definitely disrupt the heavy clumps and lumps and sod or anything that may arise as well.
Okay. So this spray nozzle, you would only be spraying the roads if you were planning on using this implement immediately thereafter?
Correct.
don't want to get into widespread use and we can't keep up because.
No, I agree. No, and we have to understand too, the vegetation on our roadside serves a purpose. Without it there, it opens up the road structure for moisture penetration, erosion, all those things that are just as detrimental as water sitting on top of your road to the overall structure and strength of your road base. So we don't want to disrupt more vegetation or grass than what's required, but it does aid in some points in times to, if we are going to take that light cut, just bring some of that fines and top material back onto the surface and remove some of those lips at the time being. It does allow you to do that a little easier. It's quite amazing at how much strength, tensile strength, green grass has when it's all round up together. It's like a rope.
Mr. Chair, just on that comment, we did try that in the whole spraying situation a while back, and I would dare say that I did not find it successful. I'm not saying that we don't try it again because of that, but I thought we gave it a pretty good college try last time, and we just did not find, I'm sure we have a report somewhere back in the archives of some of our council packages. In fact, it was in my area that they did try it, and to very, very limited success. The dollars that we were spending on spray, I don't think warranted what we were getting back. I do know, however, that Nehill County, and I'm not sure which one they use, but what they've found as a option is to go early spring and late fall after everything's been mowed and then do it. Again, not taking the clumps of grass, but just basically power raking what you have there, right? So just a cautionary tale on that one. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. I just, in past, I'm not sure if it was very successful. What's one of these guys worth again?
Just waiting on pricing to come back. I submitted last week for pricing and they're working through it to give me pricing and delivery.
Probably can't sell that one other one back to them, can we?
Capital I?
Yeah.
I'm not, right at this point in time, I'm not writing it off. From what I've seen in the literature I've read with it, I'm somewhat confident that there is an issue that's restricting the flow to the motor, that then slowing down the implement and reducing its capacity. So I believe that we can make something happen with it. And we have used that same piece of equipment in the fall as that, just, pulling gently through that grass, basically to pull anything onto the road again that we're looking for. We have used it in that instance. It's productive, but I think there is more that we can get out of it. I'm certain.
The reclaimer, the machine working down south there, doing a pretty good job. And you have a mower, weeded mounted right or something, and it fell off the grader?
No, the previous mower that we had was the one that was rebuilt. It wasn't specifically, they had the same attach points for the capital I wing mounts, but it wasn't a capital I mower. It was an older mower that was reconstructed and put back together. The weight was the issue. There was weight and it was causing stress cracks on our mounting arms.
So you're not using it at all?
We're not using the old one. No, it was a budgeted line item in 2025 budget to have a capital I mower that was specifically constructed for that mounting arm to be placed on that grader, which we are using currently. It's mowing ditches.
What are we looking for today?
So basically in this memo, what I just wanted to relay through to council is what I'm looking for would be, I guess, when we're working and dealing with the lips on the side of the road, ideally what we're going to have is a reduction of those as we get more people trained, the grader operators get the opportunity to be on there. However, we do need to take care of some of these now. We've got significant ones in certain areas that need to be taken care of, and that shoulder maintenance needs to be part of our overall road maintenance strategy. So you will have times, I believe, that no matter what the season and no matter what the road, that you're going to be wanting to maybe do a light cut on those shoulders to bring some of that material back in. So basically from council, I'm looking for a direction that ideally that we work to bring a light cut of that material and incorporate it back onto our road surface. And I would like council support in that, the fact that we have had both sides of the coin. We've taken the lips off the road and deposit them in the ditch. And I know that there's been ratepayers concerns and councillor concerns as well over that, as well as when we bring material onto the road and we have issues or concerns with ratepayers that we're bringing that material onto the roads and that they don't feel as that's where it's supposed to be. So ideally what I would have is council support to be able to do one or the other. And we would make that adjustment as to what piece of equipment would do that most efficiently. If it's bring the gravel and the light gravel and the fines, some of the fines onto the road to cut that lip, then that's what we will do. And it's just basically, that's an agreement between council and operations that that's the direction that we're going to proceed in. So if there are concerns from ratepayers, you know what, I have the ability to be able to talk with that ratepayer, go out and instruct them on this is the fundamental being why we're doing what we're doing. And that, you know, we have that same conversation coming from council to that ratepayer. It's having that understanding between council and operations that the same information is being passed on.
Councillor Stevens?
Now we're kind of steering away from the memo. I was going to give a motion to receive for information on the attachment memo, because the memo itself states you're going to have to bring back pricing and delivery time, hopefully set up an example. There's not really a decision to be made on that attachment.
No, I agree. Just Councillor Nyberg was wondering exactly what I was looking for. And I mean, in the grand scheme of things, what I'm looking for is that there will be an understanding between council and operations that this is how we're going to go about our maintenance strategy and that we both support that fundamental approach.
I guess if we're looking for opinions, mine would be, say, like with the disc, I guess. I've taken and brushed or done brushing. I've done a little bit of hay land working up with the disc, and it takes a damn many times in order to go over to break it down. So you can really work within the end. Myself, I'm not on side with something like this. I believe we have two attachments to the grader. One is a gravel reclaimer, and the other is, say, like the mulcher on it. Myself, like I would personally look at approaching it by using the gravel reclaimer, reclaim what we can out of the ditch. And then if anything else after that, if we have to use a grader, bring up, say, like a windrow of, say, like on the shoulder, mulch it up, and then spread it back into the ditch so we alleviate, say, like the problem lumps. That would be an approach that I'm suggesting at looking at now.
If I may, Mr. Reeve. So ideally, we are currently looking for one of the disc systems that we would be able to take on rental or loan, just so that we could do a little bit of work with it. We have, like I said, we have done some of the work with the gravel reclaimer, the capital I reclaimer. So our intention is to have both of those items done in a location that council can basically visit and take a look at, and we can, you know, visually give you this is what we can do with either of them. This is what we feel suits best and is most efficient, and it does allow for council to have a better understanding and interpretation of what we're trying to do and the cost that would be associated with it.
Councillor Nyberg?
And that's just, I think what we have to, Mr. Gender basically, I think, is saying the same thing. We just have to, as council, say that we're going to support Public Works in moving forward with doing something to the lips on the side of the road. We've asked for this for a long time. They've come with a plan, and I think it's prudent for us to say, okay, we are going to back you in your plan. It may not be right out of the get-go, and then we'll have to revisit it. But honestly, don't throw Public Works under the bus and say, well, that's bullshit. Say, we're going to look at it. We'll figure it out. So.
we got to do something. Doing nothing doesn't pay.
Mr. Gender.
I'll have to agree with you that someone has to take leadership. By all means, like I have no problems on taking leadership on this. And if Public Works finds that it does work, by all means. And if it doesn't work, I have no problem saying, okay, we screwed up and we've got to change some other darn thing, some other plan down the road.
I'll let my motion stand.
May I hear the motion?
Well, it was to receive for information.
Okay, sounds good.
Call the question.
If you're receiving it, can I start one?
Yes. If you put,
If you're receiving it for information, that'd be great. I don't think this thing is the thing that we need, but I'd like to see it work before we go and buy some more stuff that doesn't work.
well, and if it's been used by,
As far as I'm concerned, work.
we got a fellow that has used it before that was in talking to us earlier, so it works in some areas apparently, or it might not have been brought forward. Well, to see, seeing is believing.
Tried nothing and nothing worked.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Okay, now we will go to page 57, memo, high traffic roads and greater allocation.
Learn, shall we, Jeff? Okay.
So, staff took council recommendation through comments made and as well with ratepayers' comments that were received, and the fact that there are significant roads in our county, gravel road surfaces that are high traffic routes. Basically, that traveled more often by greater numbers of traffic, whether it be passenger, industry, or agricultural, and that these routes require a higher rate of maintenance and service. So through those conversations and overall past experience from operators and staff members, we compiled this list of roads throughout the county of Stettler that are high traffic routes or haul roads or connector roads that we feel require that higher level of service. With that being said, we also try to maintain the number of miles so that two graders would be able to cover these road surfaces in basically 10 business days or 2 weeks rotation. So with that, staff is presenting this to council for you to go over. I would like any feedback that council has in regards to the roads or any other roads that they may feel are required to be placed on this. With that knowledge, we can work towards a plan that works or is suitable, and as well allocating equipment and potentially adding one more piece of equipment to our fleet in order to accomplish this goal. Myself, right at this very moment in time, I am looking at operators. We have resumes and we've done some interviews. We are looking for experienced equipment operators regardless, and we would be able to then assist in fulfilling our maintenance on these roads with those operators.
Yes, I would like administration to consider Township Road 340, it from, it's the 6 miles from Highway 855 east to the county's boundary with special areas. That is the road to Highway 36. It also goes to Scapa, and then of course from Scapa is an all-weather road to Hannah. And it's the only access to Highway 36 from the county of Stettler. So I do, in the past, I had calls on it that the road was needing maintenance. So I know it does get a fair bit of traffic, and it's just one I'd like to kind of maybe consider in the mix.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, as well, incorporating added maintenance and a schedule to these roads will allow for our regular grader beat operators to be able to focus on the remaining roads in their beats a little more regularly and add that cycle to that service. So like I was mentioning before, there's definitely going to be need for better communication and management of that service, incorporating both that high traffic routes and regular grader beat. But by all means, Councillor Spielberg, I understand what you're saying by that Scapa Road. It was one that had been brought to the table and we were dicing whether or not is it, doesn't it? So I appreciate your thoughts and input on that.
Thanks. Councilmember?
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. So, east of 835, and I think it's 38, it could be 0, I can't remember which one it is. But there's that plant that I have there. I don't necessarily think that it is a high traffic one, but it definitely is one that I get calls on. So I think if there's some way that we could put a high level, medium level, and low level, right? I've got other roads that, I mean, if we never got down through it just once in the summer, we'd probably be good. And other roads that they don't see they're in trouble. That all said, under this directive, this policy, I don't know what you want to call it, what are we doing with the holidays? It seems to me that we have a lot of issues circulating around the holidays of our operators. I mean, many of our guys, I would think, senior guys, 4 weeks holidays, 2 in the summer, 2 in the winter. Are we able to cover them off? Like I think that's where a lot of, I'm assuming that's where a lot of our problem is. And so you have these 2 operators that are high traffic guys. What happens when they go on their 2 weeks holidays? Are we just gonna not have somebody, or what are we doing?
No, we will be filling in with a grader operator, staff operator. We'll be filling in and then we'll be backfilling with our other grader operators or equipment operators. And I can almost hear Dave's or Councillor Grover's comment immediately. We get one in there that's going to cause more trouble than the other one. Takes him 3 weeks to finish off after he's been off for a week.
Right.
And that's where we are working. That the operators that are going to be relief operators are going to basically be fundamentally learning the same strategy that we're going forward with. The management style is just going to be that the fact that we have to be there to ensure that we are not causing any issues with our road services when operators are away on holidays.
Well, I mean, I'm just roughly thinking at 2 weeks holidays, you got 11 beats. That'd be 22 weeks of missing graders, right? So I think we have to be cautious that we don't.
No, and I agree. And that's why at this, we've been at 2 different times we've put out for experienced equipment operators for hire. And this time we have found some really strong candidates that we're interviewing and feel as though that they would be great additions to our staff, and the fact that they have experience on multiple pieces of equipment, as well as hold licenses that would allow them to drive truck as well. So there are opportunities there to be able to grow the staff and be able to cover those beats and the high traffic areas. Is it something that happens overnight? Unfortunately.
Another road that comes up in my area all the time, which you should be familiar with, 17-1 south of Highway 12. If that can get prioritized, I know you may not like it to be as soon as it goes by your place, but it is the road that I receive most of my complaints on typical summer.
We're not paving it, are we?
We're not paving it, just we got to keep, it gets very bad with washboard. That's what
Must be the driver going down.
So just because you're the shoemaker doesn't mean that the rest still don't have shoes.
No, Mr. Reeve, and I guess I weigh it in the fact that, I know the traffic that's traveling that road pretty good. And I know, the cause of a lot of issues or concerns. I've also seen that road at some levels at which that it was absolutely horrendous, and it hasn't gotten to that point yet. So I guess my threshold of how bad is it is maybe a little bit different than others' thresholds when they decide that it's time to have a concern over it.
Some of our ratepayers don't think it's maybe too. Yeah.
I remember, and I mean, never say it, but I remember probably close to 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, when they did actually, they opened that road up in a lot of places and packed a bunch of rock in it because there was a whole lot of pound out and whatnot. And it has done well that way, and they did do some rebuilding on it. But I understand what you're saying for sure.
Another question, Gregory, is it may go back to a policy that we just put forward, but when we have these soft spots in the road, where does it go? Do we just grade over them, or does the grader operator bring that in so that we list it? Because this spring there's been some very bad areas in some areas where you've graded over and you drive after and you feel your bottom right.
Yeah. What we've done is basically, as we've seen those, and initially it's usually in the spring when the frost comes out and you see that first moisture occurrence in our road, you see those soft spots boil up, as I like to say, from underneath and start coming through. Or with the higher traffic roads, you end up seeing that just the pound out, where all of a sudden you've got that dip and indentation in your road structure. What we do is we have usually the ratepayer concerns, the calls that come in, and all those locations are listed. And then we have patch days where the entire gravel crew and that goes out, and we're basically just rolling through the areas and patching road surfaces and those knockouts. Grader operators are reporting them to us, residents, councillors, we're getting it from all directions. But basically we just put together a day, and then those locations are all mapped and we go through those locations. The heavier rock material is put into that, so it's opened, it's dropped in, and then it's basically driven over, packed, and covered back in with a 3/4 mix again, allowing it to push that heavier rock back down into that surface and stabilize it. If it continues, and sometimes what we will see is you'll push in that hard rock here, and then it walks. The soft spot then moves basically to the edge of that harder rock surface that you just placed in that location in order to stabilize it. We will do the same thing again. We will come back to it and place it in. Eventually you do get to the edge of it, and you do have that structure then held up and maintained. It takes added time and efforts, and we do schedule it when it works out best, so that we are able to get to it before there's any concerns. And 9 times out of 10, we're trying to get to it before there's any added rainfall to make it worse.
Councillor Stevens?
I think this is an excellent baseline with one exception. We should be able to add seasonally a couple different areas. I can think of a couple roads where 90% of the year they're great until there's a large silage haul, and then all of a sudden that is a road for a couple weeks out of the year needs some extra maintenance. So I think the baseline is good as long as we can identify those trigger points during high stress times.
Councillor Gender?
I'm just kind of wondering, okay, with these individuals that you've interviewed, say like from outside, in order to come and say like rebuild their roads, how compatible are they going to be with your staff now on being able to capably do it versus say like if we invite Mr. Don Root back to find out his opinion also on how to rebuild some of these roads?
I would just jump in real quick and suggest that should be in camera as confidential evaluations. And I could also, we're not looking to hire staff to specifically rebuild roads. These are equipment operators for maintenance of our road structure.
CEO Costi?
Well, thank you, council. I think this is a good step forward, but it doesn't come cheap. So we are going to go forward and try to manage it through operations the best we can, but we may need to draw from reserves, and we have some reserves that we can draw from. So I just want council to be aware. So far, we may need to replace, we need to put another grader on. When we get these positions filled and the grader's working, we're going to have the spreading grader and one spare. The rest of them are going to be working. So we're running pretty close. And, But we own all our own equipment, so I think those costs, hopefully unless we blow something big in them, we can keep them to a minimum, but salaries are gonna be the other thing. But I think our lack of maintenance, so, you know, when you get into tight budgets and you try to cut corners, and I think that Public Works is for this for a couple of years, and it's showing up, and it's showing up in our road network. So I think this is a good first step. I think we can handle it. Next year, we'll make sure we budget for it, but we could ask to pull from reserves.
That may be a possibility, but we have maintained a certain amount of graders. We were supposed to have maintained a certain amount of operators right from when we went back to 7 beats. So if we need to look at our replacement policy or rebuild, depending on what we find from our rebuilds, that could be something we take forward to next year's budget. Hopefully the increase on this doesn't hit us between the eyes this year, but if it does, I guess it's explainable. And if people want the roads the way they are, that's what we need to do. But I don't, you know, we're getting some different staff, but we were supposed to have staff that could run these before. So I hope we don't get a big shock on having butts and seats that we were supposed to have in before.
Yeah, we have had a bit of trouble, you know, with hiring. There just hasn't been the people there to hire, but we are getting some good resumes in, guys with good experience, and their references are checking out well. So I think, you know, we have the opportunity now to make sure that we can fill those positions. We should take it and get the maintenance back up on these roads.
Right.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, as well, some of what we were relying on previously was our higher level management to be able to sit in seats as well. So, I mean, there was Mr. Albister, Mr. Fisher, Mr. Cohen, were all at that point in time when, you know, basically when the call went out, those were also guys that were jumping into seats to fill graders, and which at that point in time, I have to look at it and state, if I need management of my grader fleet, I need Dan on the ground, not sitting in a grader, you know, running it down the road. So that's where I'm just approaching it from the fact that I think I'm better suited to have him managing the group overall and ensuring that we're meeting our goals and everyone's working efficiently, than him getting into that grader. So that's where that extra operator would be that maybe you thought that we had previous.
Which, but it was a solution that was brought forward to Public Works before that. Yeah, if that's the case, that's what we need to know, what we need to budget for.
I understand. Also, Mr. Reeve, if I may, in working through some of this and looking at equipment moving forward, I know that discussions with council in the past and on pieces of equipment, there has been interest in trying to source or secure used equipment that we felt was sufficient and had a level of quality and value still in it. So those are items that I have been inquiring about more so, working with Finning on specifically their Finning certified, CAT certified equipment that's used. There are some pieces out there that are available that definitely come at value to what they are asking for them. And in that same breath, it does allow us to spread out somewhat of the age of our graders and the rollover when, you know, we may be looking to have to replace a grader with another one down the road.
Yeah, and as long as it falls under the new Finning certified versus the old Finning rebuilds.
Well, and the best part about it is that these units that I have looked at and inquired about, you're able to put the warranty on them that covers you up to basically what we have on any of our other graders. So it does support us in that fact, and that we can add warranty to it once we have it back if we wish to have it in our fleet, because of the nature of where they're coming from, the service requirements that were mandated and maintained where they were at, and the inspection that Finning CAT did to them before they were put up for sale.
So on a go forward basis, what timeline can we see this implemented? Are we going to be a ways out yet, or is this going to be implemented like 2 weeks from now? We'll start seeing this happen, or are we in it now?
Basically, we have started some of the increased road service on roads in this group already. just utilizing our in-staff. However, that has taken away from management time for those members. I mean, they've been out working pretty solidly on these roads. So we have increased it already. Through our interview process, we've got some, like I said, we've got some great candidates that could probably start within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So we are looking to, with council support, that we would implement, start moving on these roads. As staff agrees that increased maintenance on these roads reduces the stress on beat operators, allowing them to be able to take care of those roads more efficiently. And overall, achieving the goal council was wishing for us to go after was, let's get on these roads, like let's get them covered, let's get them done. Increased circulation through the summertime, allowing us to be able to ensure that we are maintaining the road, and through that training program, achieving the goal through that maintenance policy.
So now that all being said, we talked earlier about high blading. So Ernie and I are working. I'm the floater. Ernie's the regular beat operator. How are we coordinating that I am not doing the Liberal Road 2 days after he's done?
So the regular beat operator would no longer have that road in there.
He would never do it. Oh, I see.
High traffic.
Be up to a high
I
traffic.
would have to do it twice every 2 weeks. I would have to be on that road. So I basically would have a high traffic beat.
Right.
So I'm gonna have to do a high blade from point A to point B.
There may be instances where there's a short high blade, but that's where we want to work with our operators and have them working together and saying, okay, depending on where you're at in your circulation, you know what, if I'm working down this way and I'm moving to my next high beat or my high traffic road, you know what, it makes sense for me to blade this road going south. And then I work into my next pattern through that.
I see.
So there is definitely some of the logistics that need to be ironed out, but that's what we're hoping to have with the operators in place. So with their, they know the roads, they know how they like to move through their beats. With that information in hand, we should be able to put together a pretty solid and efficient plan as how they can interact together and still maintain those circulations. As well, there would be basically a split between north and south, so that we would still be able to understand and know who is in charge of a high traffic zone, north or south. We know that that's their, they're on those roads, they're working on the roads, and then they have that familiarity with those beat operators that they're working through all the time.
So when you talk of this 180 miles with 2 operators, so 90 miles each, what did he say that was? 10 minutes a mile?
Depending on your road surface width, yeah.
Okay. Just trying to calculate the time that it would take to get around without any high blading.
And 9 miles, I mean, in essence, what the guys were looking at, 9 miles a day, depending on condition, road structure, etc. I mean, that's what we should.
How fast are they going?
When they're driving out or when they're coming back?
When they're working?
They're going to be working at whatever gear and rate that they need to.
10 mile an hour?
I couldn't tell you that specifically.
Yeah, 40 days, you cover the county with one and 80 days, you work twice.
That's for mowing or for grading? We're talking grading.
That is your, that's your grader.
Sober.
Yeah. And further to Councillor Nyberg's comments, like if you relieve the regular beat operators of certain high traffic roads, then that frees up a little more time in them to hit some of those roads that you said aren't high traffic, but they're not regular maintenance, the in-betweens. So then they can hit the in-betweens 2 to 1 on their regular ones because they now have that little extra time.
And even with regular beats, you talk about the high blending, but there's lots of times like they have to do that to get
to high blade some
start
pieces.
tomorrow morning. They gotta do that tomorrow morning to get there. So it's happening anyhow.
Yeah, it is. And even say in my area for snow plowing with the plows are in Bymore, they'll say they'll start at Bymore and plow as far as they can get and then they don't finish that day. Well, then they have to high blade to where they end and keep going east. It just can't be helped. It has to be done that way.
Councilor Romer?
Some of the old grader operators got it figured out pretty good. They go in the grade and they end up where they're at. They go 2 miles down and start and have another loop to do too. So, yeah, I don't think we do much high blading, really. You might in your area.
There'll be some, Dave, but you watch.
So again, I know we're getting into the weeds a little bit. This could be I just want to get my head around it. So intersection blading, so I'm on a high blade road again now. Ernie's the guy doing he's doing the east-west road and I'm doing the north-south road. Who does the intersection?
Whoever gets there first.
So I'm going to be
Might as well, if you're on,
doing it all the time. But how far do I go into his side and do it, right?
basically, you're just gonna wanna maintain safe structure.
Okay.
You're not gonna wanna leave it, basically cut with a ramp on one side and a ditch on the other.
No, but it's about the washboard, right? Because that's what I know we've had in the past where we sent out I think it was Trent at the time that came out to my place. He did some of the dust control, and then he would do a couple intersections that were of issue. So I'm just wondering, in that situation, do I go, 50 feet into Ernie's area, or do I say, screw it, he can come onto my area?
Well, I mean, that's the cooperation that we need. That high traffic route operator, their mandate is to get through those roads in 2 weeks.
You're on your own, Ernie.
Well, I think as well on that, just like with operators now, when they hit an intersection, they can't go the next 3 directions all at the same time. They got to leave that intersection in good shape, right? So it doesn't really matter who's coming to the crossroad next. It could be myself, or it could be the high beat guy or high traffic guy. It's going to be the same process.
Well, no, I'm just saying when you come to that intersection, typically they just go over and they maintain that structure. And then I would come back and then I would catch it going this way, right? So, but you do have to do a little bit of a spread out sometimes into both sides, going east and west if you're going there. So I just wondered if there was something that you had planned for that.
Whoever gets there first better have it graded, because it better not leave without being graded.
I feel for the high traffic guys. They're going to be doing lots of intersections.
They'll be working.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the essence, right? Yeah. The guys aren't afraid to keep the equipment running. It's just to have the time to get over the roads.
Councilor Stevens?
We'll give you a motion to receive for information.
With instruction to implement?
They already said they're going to.
Just receiving it for information, I think we need to give direction to administration to go ahead and implement this plan.
Any added equipment or anything like that, I mean, it's going to be brought back to council and a request for decision regardless. So,
and if I could, as soon as possible, and I would like to know the date that, you say you're in implementation in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I think it's imperative council gets the nod that says this has now hit and I'll be honest, that's not for me. That's for Mr. Clark and Mr. Gender, who took chewing. You guys can say, yeah, we've done something about this.
we'll have added information as we go along. We'll keep,
I think July 1st is a pretty.
We can make that, yeah.
And I maybe even a public announcement too, that, hey, we are doing this. We're getting after this. We heard the people loud and clear, and I think we're doing something about it.
And the evidence will be on the roads too, so.
Yeah, it'll take a couple of weeks to get there, but yeah.
And I do hope, like traveling the roads in the last 2 weeks, we've made great strides in covering and getting some of the issues or concerned areas taken care of. Working through them, absolutely. And it's the ongoing management style of it that we need to enforce and increase. So.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
You're such a good guy.
I won't say it. It's to implement versus accept for information. So do you need the one reneged and the other one to Or
That's
can-
gonna change
I-
the entire.
I will remove my former motion. New motion is to instruct administration to implement the new greater schedule,
High traffic.
high traffic schedule.
Call the question, all in favor?
And that would be carried.
So as long as I'm not being led astray by anybody beside me, I'm told now our next step would be to go in camera. Council Nyberg, motion to go in camera, call the question, all in favor?
We're sitting at the
It
table.
looks bad.
We were just going to receive
The policy.
the policy for distribution and direct public consultation on it.
I'll give you that motion.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? Next meeting is Wednesday, June 25th. And council gender adjournment. Call the question, all in favor?